Yo, what's up? What is this? A 3x3 tournament? Wow. Pretty exciting. It's a best of 3. Single elim. That means we get to play around with some picks and bans. I want to see if Vampire Coasts and Counts are actually tournament ready. So right now my main factions, Slanesh, Norska, Ogres, Wood Elves, Empire, and Coast. All very strong. But I don't know how we'll actually use them in the tournament. When counter picks are flying around, undead tend to be counter picked pretty hard. So we'll see. There's a chance that Coasts and Counts can actually beat Wood Elves, by the way, with the right build, so you never know. It could just be some doggy spam. I'd like to try out some Empire too. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some crazy Mantides. After the great success yesterday with the Norska 7-0. Let's see if we can continue the win streak. Happy to have here Trizik, Gabeski, PB for you, Terani, Got, Stall. Hello. Yeah, let's just give Vampire Counts pistol mobs. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But yeah, we're gonna generate the bracket now. And we're starting off against Scrambled Egg Special. All right.
At your service!
Alright, just some adminning, but we begin. Yo, yo. Scrambled Egg Special. We played them yesterday. Got some pretty solid victories. Today, we'll have to see. Now, Egg Special likes to play undead factions, so I have two options. Either I counterpick Scrambled Egg Special. Like I pre-counterpick his factions. Or I try to steal the factions from him. Like I could pick Vampire Counts and Vampire Coast first to deny them deny them some factions. We'll see. Let's see here. I don't want to lose. I think I might pick Coast first just to get it out of their docket, because they're a pretty strong Coast player. You enjoyed the speedrun video I uploaded? Awesome. I want to put out a couple more like that. Last I checked, the video is doing only okay, but it's trying to appeal to a different audience than my main audience. So it's probably better to give YouTube a couple days to see if it can find a more general group of people. I kind of want to transition the channel into I kind of want to transition the channel into a more general, you know, like do crazy challenges in games type of channel. But the process will be long and arduous. It's not a format that I'm super used to. I really want to keep putting out, like, you know, hardcore Warhammer stuff. But yeah, I don't know, man. There's always a second channel for it, though. So, like, if I ever want to upload very specific Warhammer 3 content or Total War content, then we could just stick with that. Also, Kami PhD, thank you so much. Welcome to the crew. Hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see here. So if I pick Vampire Coast first, Scrambled Eggs can't pick Coast. What's his other factions? SFT Declaration. From... Let's see here. Scrambled Eggs in... SFT Declaration. The guy plays some Tzeentch. Some Greenskins, some Tomb Kings. Alright. I think we get the Coast in first. Also some Cathay? Are you kidding me? This guy plays Cathay. Alright. Alright, alright. Ogre Kingdoms. Nice. My first pick was Vampire Coast. Ogre Kingdoms is pretty bad for him. I can actually triple counter Ogre Kingdoms right now. If he goes Cathay, let's see. Beastmen, okay. I have Vampire counts. Coast counts against Ogre's Beastmen is pretty hype, I'm not gonna lie. Last faction, though, I gotta make sure I don't counterpick myself. I could go Tomb Kings and just undead trifecta him. Tomb Kings are pretty good versus Ogres and Beastmen. But I think Norska's just safer. Yeah, Norska also counters both of them, and it's stronger than Tomb Kings. His last faction's Tzeentch. Alright. Well, that's pretty chill. That's not too bad. I just have to ban Tzeentch 3 times in a row. Easy peasy, man. Easy peasy. Oh my gosh. Are the numbers falling? Which numbers? If we're talking about the channel, viewership is fine for like making multiplayer content. Like it's not going down. It's just I think I've kind of hit the upper limit. I want to be like in the hundreds of thousands of views more than the tens of thousands. It's just a little more sustainable. A little safer for a long-term perspective because I do want to do this long-term. He also banned the Ogre matchups. That's good. We've banned all the Tzeentch matchups, which means he might be locked into just playing Beastmen, which should be good for me. Tidal wave of corpses. Yep, that's what we're doing with the Coast. Is there a universe where you pick Blood Knights or a Black Knight's more effective? Oh, no. The top Vampire Counts player actually runs Blood Knights quite regularly. Sorry, my opponent. He banned too many factions. But yeah, Blood Knights versus Ogres is pretty fun. I'd say Blood Knights are about on the same tier as Black Knights. It's just, you know, if you want that extra oomph, that anti-large specifically is quite good. And they heal and all that. Just depends on if you want elite cavalry or not. Generally, though, I'd say Vampire Counts don't go for it most of the time. Nice. Beastmen versus all. Let's play Beastmen versus Norska first. And I'll ban. Map wise, I'll ban Bordelot. Ban Bordelot Landing. That's actually not a terrible map for me. I'll ban Norsken Rise. I don't know why, but maybe like because Beastmen feel like they're faster than me, I'll ban Norsken Rise. This is non-zombies, but I guess the other two matches will involve much undead for sure. And he does want to play Bordelot, okay. Bordelot Landing it is. Norska versus Beastmen. Now last we checked, Berserkers are insane, so I'm not too terrified. I feel like we're chilling, man. I just run them over with Zerkers. Don't die to Minotaurs and we're good. Yesterday you were beating Berserk's Vampire Kosan ladder. Then he sniped Grom 3 times in a row with Red Duke. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough one. All right. Let us see. So this is game number 1. Over against Beastman. I don't have to go Berserkers though. We can Mantide it. Rip, now our Skellies still have their flesh on. Technically today you can play the tourney, but the motivation isn't there. Yeah, understandable, man. I'm sure I'll come back in due time. But yeah, Beastmen. So if I take this, he shouldn't be able to skirmish me to death. I don't know, man. I feel like Beastmen just don't got the chops. Overconfidence protecting me. Overconfidence, don't get too crazy here. But feeling all right. Feeling all right with this build. How do I want to fill this out though? Oh, the spendings. Norska, why must your roster be so small? Can't wait till they get expanded. If even by a smidge. I guess this is an okay enough composition. This right here is... Yeah, this right here is... Yeah, actually, there you go. Okay, perfect spend. Whew. I was stressing. I was stressing for a hot minute there. You think he's gonna run Vestigors this time? They are the best. Think he's gonna have any answers to Fimir? He's gonna go like Minotaur Great Weapons? That would actually be mildly terrifying. Do I take the Cold Voider? No, finally, if he does run Vestigors, I could actually bring a Frost Dragon. In reserve, of course, but... Could be hype. Oh, yes, and our Banner. Let's go for... Let's go for this one. Itty bitty roster, yeah. Does Norska have the smallest roster in the game? Need to learn at least 2 more factions for these tourneys. So technically, you can only learn 1 more faction and play a 3x3 if you're totally fine getting counterpicked. Because you can ban out you can ban out your 3rd faction. So you're self-banning, which is kind of sus. But if you're really good on 2 factions, you can do it. In campaign, you like playing counts and allying coasts to get cannons and guns? Ah, hell yeah. Undead Empire. Can't you just play Vampire Coast though? Isn't that basically the same? Yeah, I wish they gave Aranessa more pirates. They've added so many pirates, you really could use them. Also, Eska. Escar Ion 2. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Sorry I missed it. Dog, hello. Yo, it's getting cold here. It was like, it felt like summer 2 weeks ago, and now it feels like winter. Got the heating on, got the PC running on max graphics. That should keep me toasty. Once a new Cathay DLC drops, you're back full time for sure. Hell yeah. Give it 2 years. Oh man, yo, I can't wait. I cannot wait to get the early access for the DLC. Typically, CA does give early access to DLC and stuff. We get to show off so much stuff. We get to see if the new patch is gonna have fixes or not. Oh my goodness. Crazy. We only gotta wait a month and about a week, right? A week and a month. 1.25 months ish. Actually, it's closer to like 2 weeks and a month. Closer to 2 weeks and a month. Okay, a month and a half. A month and a half. Oh, whoops, my army blocker's the wrong one, ain't it? I guess it's fine for me playing Norska, but it should be zombies. Zomba down. What are we playing tonight? Whatever suits the counter picks, but primarily undead. We're seeing if we can really lean into that undead playstyle. Oh my gosh, yeah, no more Sartosa Free Company in multiplayer. The perfect vigor Free Company militia. Ooh, yeah, I should think of a Halloween costume. I need to get a hat for Jimmy in the background. I need like a witch hat or something. I guess Halloween's coming up though. I have something. Where's that? There we go. Halloween's coming up. There we go. That should be good. Especially since we're playing Vampire Coast more. Perfect. Alright. Pretty good luck, have fun. Gotta get festive. Ghost only multiplayer. The dread ghost only. Anyways, pretty standard build. I have a lot of javelins this time. I feel like, based on how last time things went, I think he'd be worried about Fimir. And he might go for Minotaur Great Weapons. That gets ultra hard countered by javelins, and javelins are still relatively strong. So this should be pretty good. Oh. Zerlock. Don't tell the witch hunters that. Holy Mantide. He has an army as big as mine and Doomble. Interesting. Traderkin. Traderkin. So this screams to me, go for a Manticore. Or go for the Frost Dragon. Frost Dragon could be hype. He has Gore Herd. Alright. Frost Dragon could be real hype, because then he also can't Traderkin it. We got point number 1. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Give me that nasty Frost Dragon action. So not only can we absolutely mulch his Doombull now, but we also have breath attacks for his infantry. That should just delete him. He does get the point slightly faster than me. Beastmen are rather spooty. As long as we stand our ground here, I guess we're technically winning. We're technically winning. Does he have anything that can stop this from charging his wild Bray Shaman? Let's stay away from that Traitor Kin though. I think he wants to get that cast on Wolfric. Ah, okay, and he does have some archers here. I see. He's gotta be a little careful about the archers. Early capture points are nice though. I'll take that. I could go for a Manticore. He's gone for Koroks. Okay, alright. Not Koroks, Man Rippers. But the no, Koroks, Man Rippers, okay. Interesting. So that means I don't have to worry about cavalry. We can go pretty hard on the big SEs here. And we'll be totally fine. I might be able to get a pretty solid breath attack and burning head. All going well. And the Manticores will be quite problematic for my dear opponent here. First things first though, we just gotta keep dodging the archers. We can dodge that fairly well. Whoop. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna send a Manticore over here because he doesn't have much to actually stop it from getting in there. We're gonna hard push him like so. I'm going to get a burning head down the pipe. Get a breath attack on his Man Rippers. That was a pretty good burning head. Wolfric can get a boat down the pipe now. And then, if we just get a solid enough engagement here, I'm pretty happy with how things go. Whoops. Just gotta ignore those guys. I'm just gonna ignore the Man Rippers. It'll be okay. We are not men, we are Norskins. And in the meantime, the Manticore can cook. Let's keep getting my dude away. Ah, he was setting up for a big flank, I see. Well, that's interesting. I might be able to go for a Lord Snipe, though. His Lord is actually rather exposed and surrounded by spears. He has mostly infantry here. If I can kill his Lord, that would be pretty amazing. Got a Frost Dragon on his face. Let's actually position like so. Position like so. Maybe get some javelins on his face. He's slowed too. A Lord loss here would be pretty painful, mind you. Beastmen can't really handle their Lord just getting sniped like this. And we're doing great distraction business on the Man Rippers. They are not really participating in this fight much. Plus we have the doggos in now. Manticore is going ham, hell yeah. And there goes his Lord, he's done for. He's a dead man. Very nice. Can I get the Lord loss penalty though? That's where the real money's at. If we can do that, that'd be great. Good route on his caster, nice. We just leave Wolfric on his Lord now. Dude, the Man Rippers over chasing is so bad for him. That's very bad for my dear opponent. I guess we'll just keep chasing off his caster. And then as soon as we can get a solid burning head here, then I think we'll be fine. Well, those are the Bestigors, alright. Gotta get a breath attack on them, that's for sure. Here you go. Come on, Wolfric. Ooh, that was a good breath attack at least. Definitely can get some good terror routes here. That's a good burning head. Man, chasing units though is such a pain sometimes. Wolfric, if he doesn't kill him, then he doesn't get a permanent Lord loss penalty. And that actually makes my life a little bit harder than it actually needs to be. Okay, Wolfric, what the crap are you doing? There you go. Alright, took him a hot second, but he finally got there. I was trying to preserve my micro, but looks like the game disagreed with that one. He's dead though. He's full dead. And that means the leadership of the Beastmen is now in shambles. All I really gotta do is secure a good breath attack over there, and then I should be fine. The Man Rippers have not found a single man to rip into. That's pretty good. And there we go, there's the breath attack. Is he gonna dodge it though? Yeah, he might dodge it. Yeah, looks like he is actually going for a dodge. Gets a sick Traitorkin too. Look at that. Should be able to get a pretty solid burning head here at least. And of course you have Wolfric back. Whoop. What do I wanna focus here? Really wanna get good breath attack, if at all possible. I think the Bestigors are the most important thing to hit. Ooh, that's a nasty one right there. That's gonna be a nasty boat. There's a good breath attack too. Got them all routed. Boat indeed was quite nasty. Very nice. All right. And no Lord resummon. Very good for us. Frost Dragon's cooking this game. 1200 value, high HP. Love to see it. That's actually amazing. You usually don't see the Frost Dragon when you're playing Norska. But it can definitely cook. He's still down as Lord, and his caster will soon die to the Manticore. If I just brace against these cav units, I'll be okay. Oh, he whiffed. Oh, didn't dodge with Wolfric, my beat. He still whiffed though. And there go the Man Rippers. So now I should just be able to chill, right? We got spears in here. We got a burning head down the pipe. That'll bully him real bad. Can use the spears there. And that's gonna be GG for game number 1. Very nice. Very nice. The Lord Snipe was brutal. He took so much damage from the javelins. Got barely any value. Meanwhile, my caster was literally cooking. Wolfric was doing great. The javelins were doing great. The berserkers did quite well. 2 of them lagging behind a bit, but the other 2 made up for it. You can't go wrong with berserkers, man. Berserkers and manticores. And some glorious breath attacks. Some very nice breath attacks. GG. All right. Which means now he gets to pick the next map. What's this? Ah, yes. So now Scrambled Egg gets to pick the next matchup. It's either going to be Vampire Counts or Vampire Coast against Beastmen. Mantide should be good here. Beastmen are weirdly enough bad at killing a lot of units. They tend to peter out after their like 10th chaff unit. And he wants to play versus Coast. Ban Dust Bowl. Let's see here. Let's play... Ooh, do I want to play a Norscan Rise or Borderlow Landing? Play Rise. Let's play Norscan Rise. I should be able to control 2 points. It's a giant map. What's not to love? Vampire Coast Beastmen should be pretty chill. This should be pretty chill, right? It's just Beastmen. What could they possibly do that could stop the Coast Tide? I got dogs. We got guns. And this is where we Mantide it. Plus, we have shenanigans. We have some pretty cool shenanigans we can pull. Alrighty. Queen Bess or no balls? Hey, we're skeletons here, okay? No meat on these bones. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay, I actually don't need these though. Alright. I'll take a Queen Bess in reserve. Can we get halfway there? Watching full Mantide coast with 2 artillery with a hidden bloat waiting to ambush has been the most fun you've had in a while. Hell yeah. Yo, I'm excited. The surprise bloat. If he sends a Centaur, actually Beastmen are almost perfect for this strat. Because one Centaur will want to try and dive the backline. Is it the price that's the reason for you not using the ROR Berserkers? Yeah, they basically perform as well as other Berserkers, but they cost 33% more. Berserkers fight to the last anyways. Like, you saw the Berserkers the last game, right? Literally fighting until they had like less than 5 HP left, 5% HP left. So I don't think we really need unbreakable Berserkers. Legend would return to Warhammer if bloats were buffed. If only. The guy's been petering out of Warhammer for years now, man. As far as I can tell, it seems like it's a healthier decision for him to not continue Warhammer. As a content creator that has gone through similar phases, being able to take a break is quite nice. But the Beastie Boys. What do we have to worry about for Beastmen? They can bring a lot of infantry. They can bring archers. None of that really does well against us. SCs, they die to pistols. Ready, good luck, have fun? I'm gonna beat Scrambled Eggs with his own main. At least hopefully. The thing is, the scariest thing about playing someone else's main is that they know the ins and outs of the faction. They know their weaknesses, they know their strengths. But I do think I play a slightly different style from him, and that could go quite well. I'm thinking early dogs to capture. Presumably we're gonna see a lot of infantry here. A lot of Zongors. A Wargore on a chariot. All right. Malagor in the air. Interesting. Very interesting. Now I got Bessie. Actually don't have that much to deal with the Wargore right now. The only thing I can think of is maybe Mourngulls. So if I summon the dogs too early, that could put me in some trouble. Silostra's gonna YOLO though, as she is wont to do. I've never felt punished for YOLOing Silostra. And then I'll save the Mourngulls to maybe catch the Wargore if he gets in here. Preferably we see some Vanguarded units try to get in. And then we can punish him. I assume he's gonna have some boys in the trees. I assume he's gonna have some tree boys. So doggos here can scout that out. Looks like we should be able to secure point number 1. These are unshielded gore herds, so plonking away at them. Should do quite well. And Silostra, she's just chilling. Now, where are your stealth units? I know they gotta be somewhere. Oh, dang, cannons almost hit Malagor. Not quite, though, not quite. There goes the point captors. I see this opportunity for him. Quote unquote opportunity.
Keep it from the foe.
He's gonna want to send his Zongors onto the Carronades. And then we win the game. Right? And then we win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Distracting his expensive Wargore guy over here. Gonna summon a Mourngull. If this kills Malagor, that would be jokes. He's fast, though. I doubt he's just gonna let Malagor die. But if dogs get in, he could be in for a rough time. I don't know. I'd be mildly worried if I were him. Hey, nice. That'll be a good little summon over there. Malagor's getting bullied. Silostra is being the worst right now. The absolute menace that is Silostra. Now let's see these Zongors. Come on, come at me. Come at me, you darn Zongors. I know you want to get in here. Yes, come to me. Come to me. Pretty good scab scratch. Silostra is just gonna, yeah, kill his guys nice and early. Malagor should not be able to escape this situation. He's getting slowed. Dang it. He did not. He did not come my way. How unfortunate. Yeah, let's just kill these archers nice and early. Ooh, preemptive dodge, though, for my opponent. Very nice. Zongors are being a menace. But they will die. Malagor is also kind of getting spiced up right now, though. He's also terror routed. That's not good for the guy. If we see another Lord loss from my opponent, that would be oh so terrible for him. So let's do this. Restock the ammunition. Get the White Kings in here to be super annoying. His Zongor flank indeed did not do very well. And I got one dog unit caught up. That's my beat. With Malagor going down, I feel like we can almost get the Bessie. How's Silostra doing? He's doing pretty well. It's a pretty good spell cast on the archers. So there you go. Goodbye, archers. Very nice. And then what better way to deal with a couple archers than to summon the Bessie? He doesn't have any backline dive. Bessie should actually be able to survive quite well. And we can summon in some boys to protect it. He's got to choose Silostra or defending his archers. You can't do both, really. Actually, no, he does have 2 cav units. So I guess they might actually be able to do it. Did Queen Bess shoot yet? Looks like he's dodging with the archer, so we will be more careful with the Bessie. Let's get the cannon shots in. There we go. It actually hit the archers. That's pretty fun. And then if I keep spamming doggos here, I should be okay. Malagor is just stuck. There is no escape for the poor guy. This should be a fairly decent scab scrat. No, kind of whiffed it. That's my bad. The Wargors are actually tussling pretty well. This is not entirely over. It's going to take a lot of best shots to pay for itself, which worries me. Now, we did rout off Malagor. That's good. But the Wargor is still online and operational. Routing off his Lord will be good, though. We don't have a lot of capture points, however. Now, we're going to spam some Zombos in a second. Oh my gosh, Malagor actually got the disengage. I swear, units that are routing disengage better than units that are not routing. Now my White Kings are getting mucked up. That's not the best situation ever. They're gonna have to get themselves out of there. I don't have much that can deal with Malagor. Remember, getting our Lord sniped is a good thing for us. We want our Lord to die. Paradoxic as it may be, we really want our Lord to die so that we can resummon her so that she can get another Ghost of the Past summon. Doggos at least are having a good time. Queen Bessie should be, yep, hammer in his position. And we do have a lot of stuff here. A few Harpies should not be a big deal. Now we can just spam the Mantide. Now, I am losing the White Kings. I mean, the Gunnery Whites. That's a little unfortunate. I much rather would have had them survive, but if they die, it's not the end of the world. I think our late game is superior to our opponents by a pretty decent mile here. We'll just keep letting Queen Bess cook. Get our halberds on the point. And then use our cannons to just rout everything off slowly but surely. All I gotta do now is recapture the points. This should not be a big deal. Artillery can just fire over there. Yeah, I think we're okay. Especially the second I de-summon Bess. The problem is he can just dodge it though, right? You can see my opponent. He's just dodging it, which kind of sucks, but yeah, I think Queen Bess is not a good unit at the higher levels. It's a little too easy to dodge. Yes, it may land a couple hits here and there, but it's definitely feeling a little sus. Now, point number 1 should be secured very soon. That should not be a big issue. I might just desummon Bess now, man. It's not doing anything. I think Queen Bess is getting me negative value. Where are my dogs at? Oh yeah, okay, they're harrying the harpies. And then I can start spamming zombies. Remember, you don't want elite units here. You want the cheap stuff. Should be able to kill those harpies pretty easily. And point number 1 shall be secured in our favor. Now there's a minotaurs, but against cannons, it should be pretty bad for him. Then I can start going for the next point with the zombie spam as usual. He's gonna have to try and save the high ground, but that will be rather difficult for my opponent. As long as we secure 2 points, I'm happy. Minotaurs won't do well versus halberds either. And there go the harpies. Huzzah! We just move all these guys up. Get the artillery piece to fire here. And then we should still have a victory, although a little bit closer than one might have hoped for. Not the end of the world. But Bess, I'm pretty sure he just dodged Queen Bess the entire game. It was a very disappointing showing from Bess, I'm not gonna lie. But this is a favorite matchup, we'll be okay. As long as he doesn't win the capture point race, I should be okay. Minotaurs don't really have to capture weight here to hold this point either. High ground's looking pretty good. As soon as I can get the dogs, in here, we'll be fine. Very nice over there. All right, let's get both cannons. Target fire the minos. Actually has a decent amount of infantry here. That's gonna make my life a little harder than I had originally expected. If we don't secure that point, we're pretty screwed. Then again, I do have the high ground fairly captured so far. With the dogs, it'll probably be okay. But this game's actually going to be relatively close right now. I need to capture this point. Thankfully, we rout off his Wargore. Thankfully. And it looks like that will be a capture for us. Thank goodness. Okay. For a second, I thought this was going to go very south. Instead, it is just going mildly south as the Centaurs are fighting my guys here. But a double cap is our savior. At least a very slow double cap, that is. High ground does not get secured, so I'm going to have to start moving some zombies there. It'll take us some time, but we will get there eventually. I could also resummon Silostra for a late game power play. I don't know how useful that'll actually be, though. Can I secure this point, though?
One of your units
oh, come on! Come on, baby! Yes! Okay, that's exactly what I needed. Thank goodness. Yeah, I think I want a late game Silos just to secure the high ground, and then we should be okay. I can slow move my zombies over there. She'll be able to provide leadership and all that biz. I can desummon my cannons so that we actually secure this point. We'll get Silostra. Okay, and now it's the race for the high ground. Now I have about 4 minutes to get there. That's a fairly good amount of time. As long as he doesn't overly kill the low ground, I'll be okay. God dang it, did Bess lose me the game? I think Bess might have actually lost me the game, because now he's gonna take a second point. Yeah, his Wargore came back, bro. Oh my god, bro, Bess, why? Why, Bess, why? I also didn't summon Silostra back soon enough. She came a little late. That was a little bit of a misplay on my end. Route off the Wargore at least. Minotaur should be gone fairly soon after. And with another dog summon and a little bit of oomph, I should be able to probably resecure this in the long run.
Awful tidings.
Alright, Wargore should be low enough where he's basically unrallyable now. Go, my zombies, go! You have just enough time to get there as long as things go fairly well for us. We're gonna get, yeah, we're gonna get one... Crap. Yeah, he's just rotating now to steal points. He's spamming the cav over here. Alright. So I'm gonna need to bring in the boys. Gonna need to bring in the boys. Let's do this. Oh my god, yeah, he's resecuring it. The map was definitely too big for us. Best sucked though. Best did nothing. Best did nothing, bro. Oh my god. Alright, GG, well played. GG, well played. Oh my god. Yeah, I was overconfident in summoning it so early. I thought we had enough of a lead. How much Valley did it get me? Oh boy, that was so terrible. Yeah, Gunnery Whites died to Ungors. They didn't do that well. I could have won even with Bess. I guess it got 900. Okay, I guess it did technically pay for itself. I guess it technically paid for itself. The Gunnery Whites could have been a lot safer. I'll give you that. They should have been harrying his Wargore. And then, yeah, they got surrounded by Cav is the problem, right? Not enough dog summons. I think having Bess on the field, though, I didn't have the infantry spam to swarm the points. It was a good practice match regardless, though. Last match is Vampire Counts versus Beastman. If we lose this, we're actually just out of the tournament. But if I can't win this, I'm not ready for the grand final. So it'd be a very good lesson for us. And more games are totally fine. I'll ban Rise. I should have banned... should have played on Borderlow Landing against Beastmen. Anyways, Vampire Counts here should clutch it. What Lord should you play next in single player? You should play Frane's Only War. I know you didn't ask for a challenge modifier, but play a challenge run with Frane's. He's in the middle of the map, so you can't use, like, shenanigans to defend your borders. And Frane's without so many allies, any challenge to reduce his allies does actually make the campaign quite interesting. Because the Empire does not have great borders. But Vampire Counts versus Beastmen. This should go totally fine for us. I have many an option here to bully him. He wants to play on Dust Bowl. Dust Bowl, it's a very... Oh, wait, no, it's this map. It's still fairly close quarters. It's a little big, but I should be okay. It's actually extraordinarily flat. Never go full Bess, yeah. Bess was a little foolhardy. It's interesting to see how quickly that Vampire Coast playstyle falls apart, though, when you... what's it? It's interesting to see how quickly it falls apart when you diverge a little bit. The playstyle only barely holds together. I think that's actually quite interesting. Now, Blood Knight Lances could actually be really fun here, but first and foremost, we got a Mantide, right? We got to go for the Mega Mantide. White Kings are given here. You want to use a Scab's Wrath. Also, I feel like in that game, I kind of YOLO'd Silostra a bit too much, admittedly, but neither here nor there. We have a match to get into. So, let's see here. Do you need Crypt Horrors? Not really, right? Not really versus Beastmen. I guess they might have some elite infantry, so it's not bad to have it, but I don't think they actually uptrade versus cavalry most of the time. So we'll be a little, just a wee bit wary with them. Ability-wise, I think we're doing pretty good. Graveguard spam. It's not bad, but nowadays beastmen have quite a bit of access to armor piercing. I would say I'm feeling good about the build that I have set up right now. This feels pretty good. If I lose this, I need to really be careful about taking Undead into the grand finals. So while it would be a shame to lose so early in the tournament, I actually really need to make sure that I have a good counter pick here. The Vampire Coast game was very likely one if I didn't bring Best. So I think I would beat Vampire Coast into Beastman. But Vampire Counts into Beastman's a little bit more of a toss-up. Should be interesting. Only corpse cards. Does Vampire Counts have meme units? I'm looking at their roster and it's all useful. They have Hex Wraiths. Hex Wraiths are kind of memey. I think Hex Wraiths and Karen Wraiths are the most memey. Vargulf is very unpopular now. And then you have Gorst. Gorst and Manfred and Vlad are all memey in different ways. When's the finals? November 8th. November 8th, people, is the grand finals. So we are in our big training arc right now. Vampire Hero? Oh yeah, jeez. Vampire Hero is garbage, man. Ghost meta incoming. Ghost stream for Halloween. I still gotta practice. We are on a huge grind right now, guys, okay? I gotta get this grand finals win. 3 in a row, and there's another one coming up 1 month after. So being in tip-top shape is pretty important. A lot of the top players are a little out of practice too. Who's in the grand finals right now? There's me. There's Serika. B6, Navigator, Potatoes Devil, Sipa, Ulrich Vol, Melkor, Charix, Berserk, Danican, Maximillionaire, Attack Speed, Enjoy Your Boss Toss, Broccoli Fangirl, Scrambled Egg Special, and Martinus. Those are some massive names. Those are some huge names. Now, none of them are grinding as hard as I am right now. But I think Charix is still better than me. Despite being a little out of practice, I think he still wins most of the time. He's the big name that we want to keep away from. Aren't the Ghosts pretty good in some matchups? In some, but even so, you can still do better without Ghosts a lot of the time. Spamming infantry is just too good. But yeah, it should be fun. He's taking his time making his build, but he's ready. Oh, he's ready. Bracket is progressing nicely. There are 4 rounds to this bracket, by the way. Pretty exciting. Half the people in the top 16 dropped. Dang. Still pretty big names, though. There's a lot of big names that are not in the top 16. Alright, so this is pretty standard play. As Vampire Counts, you can kind of camp between both points if they're close enough and you'll be chill. By having Blood Knights, it lets me go a little bit wider with my formation. We have a lot of stuff here, and we got Kemmler, and he has Wind of Death. Wind of Death is basically a free win if we can land it. This map's pretty simple though, so he'll probably see it coming. I can cancel it though with like a Raised Dead summon or something. So we have some teeth here. Should be able to contest both of these. We have a Mortis engine in reserve, and I have a lot of dog units. These are actually the same as Scurvy Dogs, Direwolves. So if we see a bunch of Ungors, I should actually be able to spam them out. Scrambled Eggs is also a fairly heavy infantry player. So if he doesn't summon cavalry from the get-go, the dogs could also potentially cook quite hard. He has a Doom Bull again. He has a Brave Shaman of Wild. And he has Trader King. All pretty standard fare. Now, obviously, he's going to have some archers, right? But with no Crypt Horrors to shoot, life should be a little simpler. He goes for the Razor Gore herd early on. This makes me really feel like I want to spam the dogs. Because I can almost guarantee the guy's going to have a few archers. Going quite hard on the Gore herd in today. Alright. Should be able to secure this point. Now he has a few Gores over here. I just want to stall this point though a little bit. And then just retreat. He can have 1 point. As long as we take these two, I'm happy. Trader King should not be able to get too much work done here. So we're just gonna sally on up. And I want to bait him into having the wrong composition for so many dogs. Because a dog flood, it should really do well against him. Another Razor Gore herd. Pretty bad versus dogs, right? Low melee defense, a lot of AP. Their value's probably going to be wasted on that. Double White King getting underway. And then we're just not going to get too aggressive here. There's no point overextending or anything. White Kings want to stay a little away from the blob because I know he wants to Trader Kingdom. There it is. Can we, yes. Dodge Trader King on the Skeleton Spearman. What's not to love? They're actually going to go and, he's actually going to try and send his Doom Bull on them. That's not great. I don't have regen for my White Kings. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I do have Invocation of Nahek, right? I was gonna summon some cav for the dogs. That makes a lot of sense. As long as we chill on 2 points, though, I'm happy. The more he has to pile onto the points in the late game, the better it is for us. And okay, there are his archers, so they have shown up. White Kings, absolutely. They want to get the money scab scrats. He's going to see it coming, though, and he naturally pulls away. Gets another Trader King. Dodging it on the Kemmler side, though. So that's going to be quite nice. Got to be a little careful about how we decide to take our engagement here. But a heal on the White King should do well. There we go. And then I can start bringing in some Crypt Ghouls to contest this point. You can see he's rapidly dodging with his archers. He really doesn't want to get hit by a Scab Scrat. But one goes down, and that archer is dead. That archer is super dead. That's going to be pretty rough. Pretty rough for my opponent as a starter. So here he goes. He wants to try and get a bit of a flank. All right. Well, the White King's taking a little bit of heat. We will actually have to pull him back just a smidge. Then I just want to get ready for a big old Scab Scrat in action. There's a big old, giant, enormous Scab Scrat on his face. That would be the best case scenario. This White King needs to keep pulling away, though. He's actually taking a decent amount of heat. Not the biggest fan of that. Dogs, though, can definitely get in here. And his Lord might be in a little bit of trouble. Seems like he may have actually overextended just a little bit. I think he'll get a pretty solid Trader King. The dogs are in action now. And they should be able to make some pretty sick plays on his archers here. Razor Gore Herd, like I said, should not trade super well into dogs. His flank here is kind of idle, not really doing too much. And Kemmler, he's chilling. Yeah, he's chilling. There you go. So that's one archer route. Now we save up for the invocation, or no, not the invocation of Nahek. The Winds of Death. Should be able to get this guy in. Okay, White Kings will have a Scab Scrat soon. Archers are completely in disarray. He knows Winds of Death is in play, though, so he's playing smart and not getting into a Winds of Deathable position. It should still be a pretty good Scab Scrat, at least. And we can start routing off his flanks a little bit. And now we just make it so he never blobs. If I don't cast Winds of Death, he'll always have to play around it, which is not the most comfortable thing ever. A couple of my cavalry dying though. Gotta pull them back. They gotta stay safe. Gotta not die. And now we just wanna get ready to spam more dudes. As long as he doesn't flank me though, I'm pretty happy. His Lord is actually pretty beat up too. I really want to get a Winds of Death, but I only have one, so we might as well be a little careful with it and not overextend with it, because the moment I cast it, he's gonna want to blob up, and I can't afford to let that happen. So far it's going well though, I'd say. I guess he does have a value lead, but I'd say it's still going pretty well. That should be a decent Winds of Death. It'll clip most of his units here. It'll definitely hurt his archers. Gonna hit, yeah, a lot of those guys. And gets into the Man Rippers. Okay, that was actually pretty good. We lose our White Kings, but we achieve a pretty big rout in this situation. I'll take it. And now we start spamming dogs again. The endless dog harrying will be very annoying for him. Should have another scab scrat soon. Gotta be careful with my Lord though. This mosh pit is still good for us. Like, I have a lot going on. We gotta be wary. If Kemler dies, we are super boned. So let's not have the guy get caught up by Korok's Man Rippers. There's the scab scrat. Beautiful cast over there. Should do well. And the dog spam should be able to prevail. Value trading wise, we're doing not bad. Vargeist did take a little bit of damage though. I think I'd rather save the Blood Knights if at all possible. With the Vargeist just going here, and maybe they can camp around Kemler, and they'll be okay. In the meantime, it's mostly dog spam. Most of his units are busy, so he doesn't really have time to go chasing dogs around all day. Look at that. Pretty good deeps. There we go. Vargeist in there. And the Blood Knights look like they will actually live. Marvelous. It's a pretty good spell cast, but that's mostly chaff. It's not as brutal as one might expect. And we can start going for a flank point to really start pressuring him. If I keep summoning dogs on the flanks, he shouldn't be able to secure that position super well. He simply should not. Look at that. The dogs are really mulching his lines now. He just doesn't have enough cavalry to deal with the dogs. This is what Vampire Coast does, and what a lot of Vampire counts don't do. But I genuinely do feel like the dogs are actually kind of amazing. Cavalry's barely gonna survive. I'll take it. Middle ground's going well. We got our horrors popping off. Triple cap is away. What do I want to summon? Dogs should just be able to grind against Razor Gore Herd just fine. We can probably get some big routes. I don't have another Wind of Death just yet. A little sad, but I think we're doing all right. Maybe a White King for late game trading. That should be pretty good. The dogs have really disrupted his backlines. They keep his units routing too. It looks like we will just barely be able to secure that third point. Very nice. All right. Now Kemler's got the healing. We got the zombie spam. Triple cap on the beastmen. I think this is going pretty well. Now we just spam infantry. So now, if he spams cavalry, he's not going to have the capture weight to do anything. If he chases the dogs around, he's definitely not capturing points. And if he brings in infantry, they're just too slow to win the game now. At least presumably. You never know. Maybe some shenanigans will manage a win for my opponent. But this is looking pretty bad, I'd say, overall for him. Look at them dogs, they cooking. The dogs are doing so well. And that one crypt horror just chilling, having the time of his life. Oh dang, he actually is getting the middle though. Dang, all right. It's actually a little spooky. I do have a Winds of Death. But he takes the middle. Now we win on a 1 cap. But the trading value could be slightly better. I can use dogs to secure this position though. Bestigors are going to be a little awkward to deal with. I'm going to use our White King here to get a Scab Scrath on the Bestigor. Alright. And this is going to be my position to hold then. This one right here. So lots of dogs, lots of running in. So I guess the game is not over yet. They have to stay on this point though, otherwise he loses it. I'll probably want a Mortis engine, but it's so expensive, it's not going to pay for itself in time, is it? That makes life a little awkward. That makes life a little sus, doesn't it? And he's got his boys here. Now, I will have a Wind of Death. I think an Overcast Wind of Death on the Bestigors, use the dogs to steal the point, is probably the best way to go about this. Because he has a lot of capture weight here, and I don't think I can actually contest it. But over in the middle, I think we can. So that's what we're going to go for. Just a big ol' Winds of Death. And then more dogs. There we go. Caught his Zongors with the 2. Hell yeah. Alright, there we go. That should route him off pretty well. Oh, thank goodness for Winds of Death, man. Thank goodness for the Winds of Death. Holy crap. Jeez, alright. He's spamming mostly infantry too, so he can't possibly get that much work done. Long as Kemler doesn't die and we resecure this point in a decent amount of time, we'll be okay. Be okay, I tell myself. There we go, alright. Thank goodness. That was a chonky Winds of Death. Save my butt. Okay, next up we go for this point. He has a couple low leadership units here and some Zongors. That's not enough to really chunk down this situation. Once I get a Crypt Ghoul here, we'll get... Oh no, it's just a Zongor. Okay, then I just gotta get my dogs and Kemler here. Bestigors are totally gone. They're dead. And I got my White King over here. He's chilling. Yeah, he has to summon over here now to deal with this fight. But if I can get some Crypt Ghouls in, oh my gosh, we'll be so set. So what's he gonna do? He can't really fight the doggos. Oh, and he gets a zombie summon straight on his Centigors. That's basically a death sentence for Light Cav. They cannot really deal with that. And as you can see, they're getting mulched up pretty bad. We should be able to secure this point very soon. And that'll put extreme time pressure on my opponent now. If I keep spamming infantry here, we should be able to hold. Indeed, his cavalry were not able to survive the zombie summon. Though his Centigors here actually traded into my dogs. That's mildly surprising, actually. I did not expect that. In the end, though, most of his army's here when he really needs them here to help in the fight. He lost both of his Centigors. There's Crypt Ghouls coming on in. We're fine. I did kind of need a money Winds of Death, though. Made the fight a little bit scarier than it had to be. We did not kill his Lord either. But I should be able to hold on to this point for a couple minutes. Should be able to. He's summoning in mostly infantry, but I can spam dog charges. This zombie will get here in time by the late game. Just barely. When the capture weight matters the most. Horrors and such are grinding. We can probably kill his Lord here. It'll be a decent Scab Scrath. And then I guess I'll summon Horrors. Look at the dogs. Dang, they routed off the Gore Herd. Impressive. Look at them go. Yo, I swear, I'm telling you guys, people don't use dogs enough. And he taps out. GG, well played. Spicy match. But we got her done. So that was Beastmen versus Vampire Counts versus Beastmen. GG. Our second game was Vampire Coast against Beastmen. And our first game was Norska against Beastmen. We won the first and the last game. We lost the second game. Scores reported. We have now taken out Scrambled Egg Special. We must face Boss Toss now. Alright. Kemlar got 2,400. That's very worthwhile for the Winds of Magic spent. Blood Knight Lances were okay. I kind of YOLO'd them a bit too hard, though. Devils of Schwarzhaven was a little bit rough, too. But the dogs! They all paid for themselves. Summoned twice. They got their value twice over. Exactly what you want to see. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. How does Archers do? Yeah, look at that. The dog shut down on the Archers. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what we're talking about. His Lord got decent value, but not enough in the end. Whew, all right. Boss Toss time. We're joining his lobby, oh boy. Now, Boss Toss likes rush factions, so my natural inclination is to try and kite him instead of going for a bunch of, you know, undead factions. Because this guy plays Khorne, Norska, and the like. He's a rush specialist. So my first faction, naturally, is gotta be the Glorious Wood Elves. His first faction is Norska. Okay. Let's see here. Wood Elves are solid. I think Vampire Coast v Norska. You know, Empire versus Norska is actually probably quite good, right? It's also good against all his rush factions. Kislev. Whoa. I know he played Kislev for a bit, but Kislev's a pretty spicy pick. Thankfully, Empire actually protects us against a Kislev pick. Let's see here. Okay, yeah. And what counters Kislev and Norska? Vampire counts. Now he's gonna have a good third rush faction to deal with that. Only Beastmen. Okay, that's not too bad then. Wood Elves, Empire, Vampire counts, Beastmen, Kislev, Norska. All right. Now this is spicy. He bans Norska and Wood Elves. Interesting. Alright. Well, I'll ban Wood Elves Kislev. That's a little sus. Beastmen I genuinely don't fear very much. Kislev v Vampire counts is terrible for Kislev. Which means I have a lot of good matchups here now. Now, I think he might be comfortable playing Vampire counts Beastmen. So that's probably the one that I ban. Nah, I think I'd rather ban Norska counts. I think Berserkers are too scary, man. They're too scary. Screw that, Biz. I only have one ban left up. So it's either going to be Wood Elves Beastmen, or I'm going to have to ban, like... I'm going to have to ban out the Vampire counts Beastmen. Empire versus Norska is fine. Versus Kislev, it's fine. Versus Beastmen, it's a little sus. But generally fine. So I think I leave all the Empire matchups up. That would actually be great for me. He bans Norska Empire. Makes a lot of sense. And he bans Kislev Vampire counts. Also makes a lot of sense. So that's about as typical as you can get. Which means my last ban... Do I want to play Vampire counts again? Or would I rather play Wood Elves and Empire? Vampire counts versus Beastmen in that match felt kind of sus. That's probably the worst of the bunch. I can just play Empire versus Kislev. And Beastmen. And Wood Elves versus Beastmen. I think I play a stronger Wood Elves. No undead, but I will be able to Mantide with Empire. What's the format today? 3x3 Matrix, best of 3. We just won our best of 3 against Scrambled Egg Special. We are now against Boss Toss. So let's give him the map pool. There we go. All that. Value on the corpse card. You want to see the massive corpse card value? What's this? Celestial Lake, Hashut's Oil Fields, and Jade Tomb. Yeah, so Empire can kite here. That's fine. Actually, I should have checked the maps before running vampire counts. They're so map dependent. Maximillionaire swears by certain maps for vampire counts and says that the matchup gets super bad if it's a mega open map. So I should also follow. I also need to get a sweater. Sweater acquired. He's been playing ogres a lot lately. Surprised he didn't go for them then. Especially against a Wood Elf first pick. He wants to play Kislev Empire and he banned Celestial. Okay. I'll ban Oil Fields then. Yes, we're playing on Jade Tomb. Now, I would say Empire v Kislev is pretty comfy. The big issue here is that Kislev, they don't really have a great way to deal with long rifles. As long as I just take those, I should be fine. So map is going to be Jade Tomb. I think we'll be okay. This should be my main advantage here, is that I should have very strong counter picks compared to other people. We know how people play. We can counter pick them. The only guy that brings me fear is Charix, man. Charix, what a beast. Thoughts on Dowie as a pick late into best of 5 situations and such? Dowie have some good matchups. At the highest level, though, I think everyone kind of has a Dowie build to counter them. Because when you play your favorite faction, you're going to run into dwarves a lot in SFTs. And you're going to come up with some crazy shenanigan to really test the Dowie's knowledge on how to play a matchup. And because I am but a casual Dowie player, it's very likely that we get screwed. So my preference is to generally stay away from them. But I will take them versus Empire if given the opportunity. Still waiting for him to set the map. Boss Toss is the host. Grudge match just in time, yeah. This side of the bracket, let's see. So it was me and Scrambled Eggs. Then it's going to be Boss Toss. Then it'll probably be Daceberg. And then the very top part, I would expect Navigator to win. What are the best counterpick factions? Best counterpick factions, I would say. Vampire Counts is definitely up there. Vampire Counts is super high up. I would say Ogres are really strong in a lot of matchups. They're really good versus most melee factions. So like Greenskins, Beastmen, all that type of stuff, Ogres crush them. Their Lead Belchers are super annoying. And they can draw you into their backfield and then just mulch you with easy summons. Zinch is an okay counter. Very okay counter, though. And then, of course, his dwarves. Honestly, not too many crazy counterpick factions, though. Game's actually really balanced. Perfect weather for you right now. I feel like it's a bit too cold. I get cold easy. My bulking for the winter was not as successful as I could have hoped for. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Boss Toss has. In theory, this is a really bad matchup for Kislev. If he wins it, that would be a pretty nice revolution. But there's very little to do. You get outrange on almost all fronts. Technically, you can buff up Little Grom to kill a cannon. If you really know what you're doing, you can do that. But it's just gonna kill a cannon. It doesn't really do much after that. What if he goes double Little Grom, though? He gets 2 Little Groms and just takes me to Pound Town. That could be interesting. His main army would certainly be small, but cavalry clean up infantry pretty fast. You 100% agree, but you feel they all have one build for Dowie and it's super predictable when they always fall back on it. Yeah, if I played Dowie more in tournaments, I'd probably have a better sense for these builds. But I do not, sadly. So, general strat here, you go for a medium box. You gotta stop them from actually getting in here. You get all your long rifles, you park them like so. And then you just march forwards with your cannon. And have it blast all the cavalry to death. Ready, good luck, have fun. We have significantly more units in them, by the way. There's also not a lot of spells that deal damage to long rifles. And the rest is just a bit of cav cleanup. As long as I can relatively evenly trade into his cav, I'm quite happy. Nobody respects the flame cannon swag. Flame cannons are a nice way of baiting your opponent for sure. Yeah, Empire cookie jar. It's sealed tight though. Welded shut by steel, faith, and gunpowder. A human Dowie box, yeah. In theory, Kislev can't get in here, but very interested to see what he brings. A singular Little Grom. He's making a beeline for the trees. And he only has Ice Maiden's Kiss, so no shenanigans to help it win versus a cannon. In theory, the cannon clutches it out here, but in practice, we will have to see. So it's almost in range. Let's get in there. He really is just gonna park it in the trees with his lord. Ice Maiden's Kiss, by the way, does not do very well. Not super well versus my build here. There's simply too much chaff to really deal with. So I'm just gonna take a few pot shots. I think he might have taken a pot shot on me. I don't think that was friendly fire. He's gonna dodge with the Little Grom, but we're kind of canceling each other out. And as long as Little Grom doesn't bully my cavalry, I'm pretty happy. Now, I was a little slow on the target fire. I might have actually lost a volley there, which is actually a little bit of a misplay. I'd say that's a mild misplay. Armored Cossars here, tanking my shots. I'm gonna finish routing them off first and foremost. I'm gonna go for a little bit of a cav flank here. How aggressive is this guy gonna be? Long rifles are cooking. He really wants to jump him though. So we're just gonna pull back a little bit with him. Just a smidge for safety. Get into melee first. And then we should be okay. As long as he doesn't jump the long rifles, I'm happy. He actually does have ambushers here. Pretty crazy. But my infantry are all over him now. So now what do you do? Let's retarget that frost worm. Just gonna ignore these guys. I'll shoot up the ambushers a little bit. There you go. Pull them away so that they're not looking the right direction. And now they can't even shoot while they're netted. I knew he was gonna pull away when he started the target fire. That's gonna bully him pretty bad. Those ambushers never stood a chance. And he summoned a frost worm first, which is pretty slow in terms of overall trading capabilities. That's gonna be pretty rough. Just gotta keep spamming the Gav. My knights don't want to fight the frost worm. That would be a bad idea. It's pretty good Melkoths. Cannon's actually bullying his little Grom quite well. Good to see, good to see. And then we gotta bully the frost worm. I don't have a net online just yet. But if I can keep it hiding away here, I'm happy. This little Grom's dancing in and out of view. Pretty scary. Value-wise, though, we're doing all right. We have lots of cav here. Lots of cav in the backfield. Lots charging through his infantry. Should be able to just frontal charge his armored Cossars here. And there we go. Pretty nice charges all around. It'll be very hard for him to get into this back area here. And little Grom's just a liability, right? He wants to rush, but he can't because he has a little Grom. Second frost worm has arrived, though. Okay. So now he's really cooking. Now, I don't know what can actually deal with a second frost worm. That'll be quite scary. I think this build actually lacks quite a bit against a double frost worm action. Other than the Marcus, of course. And the million spears. But that could actually be a little scary. I don't look forward to that. Guess maybe you'd be able to just cav surround them, though. Not entirely sure. Anyways, what we generally want to do here is we want to pull away with the cav from one unit at a time so that my guns can actually shoot them up. As long as we do that, we'll be okay. Our Vizard is doing pretty hype. Looks like he'll probably rout off my Empire Knights, but his lines are in disarray now. There's not a whole lot that he can do to stop me from shooting him up, right? These guys are just chilling. They're having the time of their lives. Marcus is chilling. I'm actually surprised at the severe lack of cavalry that my opponent has right now. Really thought we'd see more. Kislev as a faction is kind of known for their cavalry. But it's probably because he wants to deny value on the Melkoth's caster. You can see how much these long rifles just bully him though, right? Long rifles are having the time of their lives. But we now have to get into a late game. Accidentally left Marcus's fire at will off the whole game. Little misplays, but I think we're doing pretty well. Look at that. Rear charge over here, cleaning up this mess of infantry. Marcus is chilling. He's gonna have to get the frost worms in here. And he just can't. Every time he leaves the trees, he has to pull back into them. The cannon is keeping little Grom modest. Armored Cossars are now off the battlefield. And I just have to sit back and relax on a 2-cap. There's no point getting overextended here. That could potentially get us killed if I'm not careful. I'm just gonna Melkoths the Wolfhearts just to get him out of here. Don't really want to deal with those guys. A little bit of a D-summon because we feel safe. He summons in the Lancers right after I Melkoths. This guy is definitely intentionally withholding cavalry because of Melkoths. It will come back though. Melkoths is a very short cooldown. And is the big push now? Looks like the big push might be now. Is big push now? What you gonna do? You gonna hit me up with the wing lancers? Looks like you will. But he's netted. And then we're gonna bog down his SEs over here. They're good versus my cavalry, which is kind of rough. But I can just kill his cav right now. And then we hit him with the Malkod, slow him down even more. For the ultra bully action, Marcus is plonking away at him. Very nice. I think I want to save up for more spears in the late game. So they got positively deleted. Now the big question is, can I kill the frost worms? Do I have line of sight? Will everything go well if I do that? Might just want to kill off his little Grom here. He finally kills off my cannon after the entire battle of fighting. But will it be enough? Little Grom's on the verge of routing. It's a little bad for it. Here comes the Mantide again. Looks like Lil Grom is actually dead. I think it died. That's pretty good for us. So all I gotta do now is continue up trading into the late game and we're good. I have reserve cavalry here to protect my guns. We don't know how many can actually shoot at his lord from this angle. It looks like the line of sight is a little awkward. Yeah, he's pulling through. So frost worms are coming. We do have the capture on him, but this is far from over. Look at those wing lancers, right? They're getting in there. Ooh, that's a good volley, though. That lord is not looking very pretty. She could very well die here if things do not go well for my opponent. He's positioning well, however. Long rifles can play keep away, though. And in theory, it takes him too long to kill them before he loses on tickets. I'm gonna save my caster here. Don't want him to die to halberds. His lord is very nearly dead. There she goes. All right. Double frostworm is pretty scary, though. I think I was slightly underprepared for double frostworm. As it stands, it seems like they're really able to push through my my stuff. Not the prettiest situation ever. At least we'll be able to kill his lord, most likely. I swear if she escapes from this, though, surely I can just get one last volley here. No! Marcus with the lord snipe. Oh my god. Plonked her to death. Very nice. All right, now we just bog him down forever. Keep the frostworms busy for the rest of their years and we'll be okay. He's summoning in a lot of wing lancers, though. I need to have some sort of cav to counteract them. We lost our wizard and I still have 1,000,000 winds of magic. That's a little unfortunate, actually. I almost want Nolan Ironsides in this build. I think I have too much cavalry. I think something to kill off the SEs is sorely needed here. Maybe even a net of Ammontok caster. I'll adjust the build afterwards and then we should be in the clear. Now Marcus has a net. He can bully these guys, absolutely. Like so. And then we just sandwich them between my cavalry. 1 point gets captured, not a big deal. Get the Vizard. And the frostworms, they are almost dead. It took me 50 years, but they are now going down. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. You there. You're just gonna overcast so we can get the magic spent. Increases its range. Puts it on a cooldown. That'll help us out. He's scrappy, though, this Bostos. Bostos is scrappy. Those frostworms almost ended us. He actually resummons his lord for leadership, but the Patriarch is still gone. Joke's on him. The Patriarch is a coward. So that'll go pretty well. 2 Cossars there are not a big deal. I'll have another Melkoth soon enough. Hell yeah. And then I can even resummon the Dread Cannon. That'd be pretty funny. Get it back in there. Frostworms are cooking so hard though. Look at the value. Frostworm has 2,000. This one has 1,700. I definitely need some more Frostworm tech. A net of Ammontalk and some Null Ironsides easily crush them. I'm definitely looking forward to subbing that into the build a little later. Mantide spam though continues. You cannot defeat the endless waves of men. Spearmen for days, man. Spearmen for days. I'll have another Melkoths on his cab to finish the job, maybe. Nah, we'll save it for these guys. A couple Winged Lancers. We'll definitely want to bully him. Ain't no way he's capturing this point. I got cavalry getting on in there. There we go. Does Overcast have a longer cooldown? No, it's still 29 seconds, huh? Feels like it's a longer cooldown, but I guess that's just me. Whew. Man, we really only won this because of the early game, though. I feel like his Frostworms totally could have cooked me. If he started with a double Frostworm, what would I even have done? This man does not know. Look at them, they don't die. Holy crap. Getting leadership boosted. Oh, that charge is actually pretty lackluster. So our spears can participate. Another Melkoths. We win on a 1 cap. So if I spam spears here, we'll be a-okay. Marcus is holding the point by lying down on the ground after getting knocked over. Glory. Yeah, Frostworm animations are really good. Ever since impact damage was changed, Frostworms have been cooking quite well. There's no way he wins this though. Not with this capture point. He only has 40 seconds left. Even a fast capture point steal will still take about a minute if it's partially contested. So he should be pretty boned. And the cannon is back and he taps out. A scary game number 1. But we achieve victory with the Empire. Long rifles cooked ultra hard that game. Caster was a great choice. His Frostworms got omega damage though. We can't afford to let him do that. Little Ground was sufficiently shut down. But this is too much. This is ludicrous. I cannot afford to let him do that in the future against me. So one very fun play you can do. I think the Grey Wizard, you almost always want him here. But you can actually go for the Wizard tech. So your first summon is a Wizard. GG. Let's play Empire versus Beastmen next. Ban Celestial. But yeah, you can go for 2 wizards. So you go, this guy, he's on foot. He's also really cheap at only 400. You go for the Grey Wizard, and depending on what build your opponent brings, you summon the appropriate wizard. Now, if he's going for the Frostworms, I need something that can really punch their face in. And I think 1 Null Ironside with the wizard will be enough. I do feel like I want just a little bit more oomph, though. And late game trading. In case he has the Frostwormage. And Outrider is a very safe play. But now I need a little bit more. A little bit more mass or something. Sigmar Sons gives him a target. I don't really want to do that. The problem now is spending the money. Is there a way we can properly spend money? I could just take the Null Ironside though. Now that's a crazy strat. Just go for the Null Ironside. Who cares? Let's see. So I can demote this guy. Then I have 100 gold left over. So I can promote this guy. And then I can kind of janky get a 5th swordsman. Yeah, and then we have infantry spam. Now this is a lot of ranged. But we do have the net, right? And if he cav rushes me, I'll still have a lot of spears and a lot of dudes. So I'm not too worried. Okay, nah, maybe I should just replace these guys. Yeah, I think 3 swordsmen is enough. Technically, I have 50 gold left over, but chevrons on spear units is not the worst. On these cheap guys, it'll increase their leadership by a smidge. Alright, what else do I want? 1 handgunner? 1 handgunner it is. Alright. Saving it. Empire versus Kislev. He wants to play on Jade Tomb again. We're playing Empire versus Beastmen. This should be fairly good for us. I have a build. How dare you play those beautiful zombies? Put the beautiful zombies in the thumbnail and then play Empire. We did have a couple zombie games. I'm trying to get my undead picks in. But we can't always. Sometimes they get banned out. This build is just strong though. This is just a really strong build. I don't think there's a lot Beastman can do. Even if he knows the build I'm bringing, he should be pretty screwed. Is stream title a blatant lie? Yeah, it was earlier. It was earlier, man. So the worst part about these 3x3 tournaments is that I can't really clickbait the title. It's like no one's gonna be like, wow, with 3x3, I love 3x3, but I can't be thematic with the whole pick and ban system. Whatever, I'm sure it's fine. Redeem the stretch, thank you. And a hydrate, wow. I'll refill my water then. Cheers to you, good sir, for making sure that I'm not idling too much. You love 3x3, hence why you asked? Oh, well. Maybe there's some people that are interested. And 15 squats, alright. 15 squats it is. Getting the exercise in now, alright. Ooh, 1. I'm getting better at them though. 2. 3, 4. I used to be so winded after doing 15. Now that I'm back on the train after being sick, it's pretty straightforward. 15 squats are playing Norska. Hey, they are also men. I haven't played a single non-man unit the entire day today, alright? Alright, here we go. 5 more and then hopefully he's ready. 2. You like the best of 3 format? Keeps the games going? Yeah. Boy. It's not as new player friendly, but that's okay. Not every tournament has to be a new player friendly tournament. Gotta get some hardcore modes in, especially for people who are training. Bro's using Warhammer terms to describe his fatigue IRL. Those pretty jokes. Intisty sure loves men. I see what you're doing. Alright. But does Boss Toss see what I'm doing? I'm going the Wagon Mantide. Classic Empire build. Are peasants considered humans? No Petunia. So take a look-see. I have 1 million spears. What are they defending? Wagons. Okay, I'm a little winded. The idea is simple though. Defend the wagons. Summon the caster at the start. And then take them out. And then beat them up. Whew. Oh boy. I did the squats faster than usual. But yeah, in theory, if the wagons can use all their ammunition, your opponent's going to be army wiped. So he kind of has to kill or shut down the wagons one way or another. Now he does have 18 units. That is quite a bit actually. That's pretty ludicrous. We're 4 units down. Most of our value is in here. If it's a bunch of Ungors, you can't army wipe him as well with the wagons. And what? He has 11 summons. So a lot of chaff. I think he might be trying to weather the storm. Starting to feel like the promise of vampire counts as clickbait. They got banned. They got banned. How am I gonna do it if they're just banned all the time? All right, here we go. Wagon time. He has Melkoths and the butchers. Butchers don't have too many targets. That's a plus for me. I can play here because the wagons defend this point. A lot of players make the mistake of feeling like they have to sit on the point. Now, the point is captured either way. You don't have to be directly on the point to go and get it. The only thing that does for you is put you out of position, which I am going to assume you do not want. Now this will be a pretty good rear charge from your boy Boris. Toddy himself has arrived. There we go. Holy crap, what was that janky charge? Somehow, some way it dodged that first volley though. So I guess it's good. I guess that was a good thing. Anyways, he eats the second volley, however. And for a route on the Ungors, it's not the best. In a long, drawn-out game, though, I'd say it's not terrible because he heals. But it really depends on how the game shapes up and how aggressive my opponent is. Now, Boris should be able to kill off these Ungor raiders, or at least rout them off. Okay, there we go. A little bit of poke. I'm gonna pull back. No route, though. No route. Now, Butchers of Kalkengard. They're quite expensive. So probably don't like Free Company Militia so much. If I pull back here, I should be in okay-ish position. Boris will just continue to be an absolute menace. We can focus fire the Butchers of Kalkengard too. But he's gonna use some magic to catch my wagons. That would be pretty sus. It's actually getting a little sus. One of them takes pretty big damage. Now it looks like they will still escape, and it does force him into a fight. If the fight doesn't go well, it's actually not too bad. Now the guy has a lot of archers. I don't have a lot of ways to actually shut them down or anything. I have some cavalry, but that's about it. I'm gonna have to actually push these archers, which is not a very comfortable position. And the main fight is sketchy, ain't it? Now I actually have more infantry here. than he has, than he does, because he has so many in archers that we might be able to make a play out of that. Little route over there. I can use my wagons to smash through his lines. Get a little bit of work done there. Free company can get some free pot shots off. That should be fun. And his left flank is really starting to crumble, isn't it? No butchers of Kalkengard support. No, nothing. It's not the best situation over there. And if I can get my knights on his guys too, that would just be perfect. Now, Malkoth is pretty spooky, but cavalries are coming. What the? How'd this guy get here? Alright, there's random Ungor there, I guess. So far, this is good, though. His cavalry can only be so many places at once. Ouch! Gets a pretty nasty butcher's charge, though. At the very least, we should be able to rout these guys off. How's Boris doing? He's doing alright. Wagons still survive. And I have a nice little pocket of range here that's just cooking super hard. Now, capture point wise, he does have the points. I also haven't used any magic yet, so let's actually clear this out a little bit. I haven't actually had a huge need for magic, but I should be casting something here. Little embarrassing, little embarrassing. But the wagons are still chilling. They are also chariots, by the way. You best use them as chariots. Solid cleanup. All right, nice. And our free company are going. So far, it's not too bad, actually. I would say things are going okay. It's still anyone's game, for sure. I'm gonna need a good burning head on all those archers. Man, I really should have cast burning head earlier. What am I doing? We're slacking, man. I'm slacking hard. Okay, there we go. Boris has routed off these guys. My spears can escort them off the map now. And then we're just gonna hard push into this situation. The double cap is good. The valley trading will be fine. Pretty good brace. Pretty good brace versus cap. Very nice. Okay, all those guys are routed. My right flank can now finally participate with the rest of the army. Glorious. Ooh, did not get the brace there, though. That's pretty rough. But you gotta remember, we have regeneration and the likes. Boris's HP is actually quite good right now. Butchers of Kalkengard will also have some HP boost, though. Free company militia will do well. Got a little bit of damage on his lord. I guess I'll take it. And he's got to fear the burning head, right? As long as those archers don't really participate, I am a happy person. Gotta desummon. Gotta get a cav. What did I just do? Oh, I just moved my entire army. That's not good. I just moved my entire army while he was pushing in. All right, that's gonna be a mild issue. Oh, I hotkeyed him to 3, but everything here is hotkeyed to 3. All right, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. I have a sick burning head down the pipe. Screw the archers, man. Get the infantry. Oh. Said, screw the archers, get the... Nope, he's really pushing through. He's really pushing through. You can tell how much he wants to get those wagons killed. Makes a lot of sense. Boris is here, though, and he'll be able to support. 2 wagons are probably going to be routed, though. Leadership is not looking very good. Dude, that misclick might have just ended me. That was a very bad misclick. That was an extraordinarily bad misclick. At like the worst time ever, I accidentally gave all my guys a move command. Well, we'll see. It was a pretty good push in general, though, but I just lost like all my wagons at once. That's so bad. That's so bad. Now I'm gonna get a decent burning head here, probably. That might be able to pull things back a smidge. I only have 1 wagon left, though. Oof, man. Oof. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, I didn't get the micro. All right, I need a way to come back then. So what's my best way? I have a few wagons that should be rallying soon at least. Yeah, we have a few wagons rallying. Value trading's not bad. He summoned 2 corn gores, which is pretty slow play, all things considered. So if we can reconsolidate with the wagons, maybe there's a chance. It's not a great chance, especially considering the capture situation. It's a little sus. He still has a lot of archers, but this is probably the best play we have. Oh man, what a devastating charge though. He really got in there. Okay, I do have a burning head. I can chuck it on the archers. He's gonna capture this point, but at least we'll have the home point. Boris should live with the support of his cav. We'll wait for those archers to stop moving before we chuck the burning head on them. Actually, I really just need a burning head here to route this off. And then we'll deal with the archers afterwards, once I have a cav advantage. Recuperating should not be impossible. I have some cav and he has some exposed archers. That's potential. That right there is potential to come back. Yeah, we actually have a decent amount of cav. Value trading's only a little behind. The Butchers of Kalkengard, though, are farming so much value. That's probably the biggest worry that I have. But yeah, I got a couple of ranged units here. We're going to get some wagons back. I at least have a decent amount of time to get wagons back. But this is not a good position in the slightest. Alright, that's a good charge, though. So we caught one of the archers. We should be able to bully that guy. And I should be able to catch this archer. Then we get the wagon back. So wagons will be important. They can value trade here. Great if you are at a deficit. That's a good cav charge. Look at that. Cav charges are cooking. All right, here we go. And that should be able to toast his archers over there. I just need the butchers to die, bro. Why these guys not die? I feel like these butchers have been fighting Boris for the entire battle. I guess Boris also isn't dying, but jeez, man. They're still at such high HP. At least we got a pretty good route, and the butchers are still kind of out of position. Time pressure is going to be my biggest issue here. But maybe not the end of the world. I have some free company. Got a terror out. All right. Can I kill the butchers, though? I don't know if I can. They are such a menace. Dude, if I just took that fight a little bit better, though, I think we would have won. It would have been very close. Is he capturing this point? He only has an Ungor here, I guess. Maybe I can take it. Can we kill off the butchers finally? All hands on deck to kill the butchers of Kalkengard. Let's see it. Yeah, we're not capturing that point. I gotta pull away. Dang it. Holy crap, butchers of Kalkengard, are you gonna die or what? They're still at half HP. How's that possible? How's that freaking possible? How are they not dying? 4K value? Okay, that's absurd. That's absurd. I've never seen a unit do so well in my entire life. These guys toasted me, man. Maybe I just wasn't getting the focus fire or something. Oh my god, those butchers. GG, well played. Jade's getting hot. Yo, those butchers cooked me so hard. They cooked me so hard. That's so much value. Oh my god. Ideally, the wagons would have been focusing them the whole game. But yeah. Man, that one giant move command, though, totally botched up my entire defensive play. And he capitalized on it perfectly. I also didn't use my burning heads early on, which was really dumb of me. But that shows his consistency. That puts us at 1-1. So the next match is the final match. I'm Wood Elves. Wood Elves versus Beastmen is an interesting one. This is the first time I am not going anything remotely related to a zombie. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yo, they annihilated Boris so hard. Half his army value on one unit. Yeah, oh my god. High priority target right there, that's for sure. So now we gotta play super careful. He has a mean rush, as we saw. So how do you defeat the boss toss? I guess we'll see the map first. Let's take a look at the map. It's gonna be Celestial Lake, Hashets, and J2. Dryad Swarm. Dryads are definitely good. The good versus Gore Herd, though. I think Celestial Lake has to be kind of sus, right? He banned Celestial. That's actually kind of surprising. Let's play Oil Fields. Hashets, Oil Fields. It's a ginormous map. It's massive. I should be fairly safe against the shenanigans that he may try to bring to bear against us. We're gonna go for some cool strats here. I've learned that I have to kill the butchers of Kalkengard. Otherwise, I'm a dead man. So, yeah. What's the butchers of Kalkengard counter, guys? Bro, screw those guys, man. They gave me so much trouble. Screw them. Oh my god. Freaking butchers. I got cooked. I got mega cooked. Some Zotes. The Zotes, that's true. They have anti-large. Butchers are anti-infantry, actually. But, yeah. I gotta be careful about his magic and all that. A lot to worry about. But this is Wood Elves we're talking about. This is one of the strongest factions in the entire game, if not the strongest in terms of just pure versatility. So we should be in an okay position playing as the Woodies. Let's see here. Infantry wise, I'm feeling pretty safe. Don't have to go too crazy there. I just need enough cavalry to fight his cav, and then I'm probably fine. Beastmen cavalry can be quite scary versus Wood Elves, though. You have to be ultra careful that they don't just push your face in. But between the map and the matchup, I think I have a strong enough play here. If he brings the Butchers of Kalkengard, I believe I have enough to kill them. Who knows? Maybe they'll live. Maybe the Butchers will just absolutely clobber me like last time, and then we'll learn an important lesson to just always take them. But yeah, I think I have everything I need. You know, Glade Captains have 35 bonus versus large. I am aware. They're pretty cool if you want a single entity sniper. It's just you don't always need a single entity sniper. But yeah, this should be all right. It should be all right. I'm interested to see what build he goes for, though. He could try to cav rush me. That would be interesting. Map's massive, though. I think this map is really advantage for us. Obviously, he also is quite fast. Beastmen and Wood Elves is a classic matchup. But should be fine. We should be okay. Man, I'm just so surprised at how well those butchers did. I really should have just focus fired them with the war wagons and we'd be fine. I think my hunch was right that Empire versus Beastmen was a little sus. That might be a matchup to avoid in the future. I think it's still playable on both sides, but against a Beastman main at a high caliber, it shouldn't be a matchup that I'm itching to take. Although then again, I kind of didn't play it perfectly. I missed a lot of magic. Like a ludicrous amount of magic, so maybe not. So those 8 Razorgore Herd. Well, you can only bring 4. And Razorgore Herd are not the best here. I think usually you want Centaurs. I'm really interested to see what he decides to bring, though. I feel like my build is pretty strong. I'm surprised he didn't want to play on Jade Tomb either. Banning Celestial Lake is a little surprising, I'm not gonna lie. I guess you can just shoot. Actually, yeah, Celestial Lake's a really good defensive map for Wood Elves, isn't it? Against Beastmen. Because you can park your archers really far from the middle point, and they basically have to push into your spawn. So I guess that actually does make a lot of sense. What's he gonna do, though? After I beat Boss Toss, though, I think we're in the clear. Navigator is good, but I don't think he's as scary as Boss Toss and Scrambled Egg. And his faction diversity is actually not super crazy. In fact, if I go Wood Elves first, that could really make it difficult for Navigator. We'll see, though. Boss Toss, he's cooking. You know he has the Butchers of Kalkengard, right? It's like 10,000% chance he has the Butchers. Navigator's been demoted from Spooky. As the Wood Elves, he's Spooky, but like that's in SFT formats. I can counterpick him like crazy. Like, what? I have, actually, Wood Elves don't have that many counters, but Ogres are strong versus Wood Elves. I could go Kislev, which is also pretty good versus Wood Elves. And I can take, I can do that crazy Danican Grand Cathay build. Did you bring a net? I may or may not have a net. My Boss Toss, come on. Give me your worst. Give me your worst. And then we're up against Cowboy Bob. Dang, Cowboy Bob beat Daceburn. Yo, what does Cowboy Bob play? Let me see. Cowboy Bob. Cowboy Bob plays Wood Elves, Chaos, Vampire Counts, Chaos. Okay, yeah, it seems like they're a Chaos main with a sprinkling of Wood Elves and Kislev. Previously, they played a lot of Dark Elves, though, and some Norska. Overall, nothing too crazy to counter, but I think Wood Elves in general should be good for us. And here we go, once again in the ace match. Terrifying. I've gone as standard as a standard entity can be, though. So on this map, players are less likely to deploy in this zone over here. So if I just park all my Dryads here at the start, he'll probably go for these 2 points, but we control them with the skirmishers. So I should be quite comfortable. He also can't really rush me when I'm wedged in between there. Reinforcements are simple. A lot of infantry. Some Glade Guard, and then I got Glade Riders. just to countercharge a couple Centaurs. We have healing for our Lord, Melkots for his cavalry. I should be able to win cav engagements with this loadout. The only thing I was really worried about was a Mantide, but he didn't go for a Mantide. With only 13 units, he's quite elite. So something like this should be pretty good against him. Outside of you, Danican, and Charix, who would you put in the 4th spot? In the tournament, I think Boss Toss is looking pretty good right now. Looks like he thought the same thing as me. So I'll probably capture this point and then run for my life. He does have Malagor. We're just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna take this and then go over here. You know what? Let's not fight that. Let's not fight that. Now I can't use my Glade Guard here to shoot him up. All right, and we can get some skirmish on the Zongors, bully him a little. Doesn't have anything too elite, so breath attack should be fine. Double Gorbel is kind of crazy. I think he might have been expecting something a little more elite. Is gonna see the breath attack. He just moved them, so he might have panned his camera away. And it's gonna be a decent breath attack. Takes out a good chunk of their HP. Not bad. Now what are you gonna do? Are you gonna push for the center? If he goes for a more central position, he loses this point. And in the open here, right? It's kind of sus for him. It's kind of sus. In this wide open area. He's gonna get a Melkos. I can counter that with my healing though from the Dryad. So I'm just gonna keep bullying the Zongors here. They're shielded, yes, but he should take a little bit of damage. Apparently not though. That silver shield really cooking for him. I guess we'll bully Malagor a little. And then I'll group up with these guys and then probably heal up with the Dryad. So while he may be able to secure the center, it should still be fine. I'm gonna get a juicy heal. So that'll counter his overcast Flock of Dooming. And I have another breath attack if I really want to chuck it out. Doing actually pretty good damage here to the Malagor. He's taking a little bit of heat. Ooh. Nice. 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 Beat him up. Beat him. Kill him. Kill him. I don't want to see him anymore. Shoot him up. All right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We got the Mega Deeps on his Butchers of Kalkengard. Screw that unit, man. Just screw him. A little bit of a risky Dragon Lane, but with so many supporting units nearby, he probably can't turn around and commit. Gets another spell cast there, but we'll just patch it up. All right, nice. That is a play of a traumatized man. They are down to 14 entities, still rather high, but overall, I think we're good. If I just keep bullying them with my Lord now, I should be okay. And we pull back with our Cav over here. We're gonna make it look like we're a bit exposed on this flank. And then summon in a Wild Rider to punish those Centaurs. So they're not a big deal. Butchers are actually routed now. Glorious. Absolutely freaking glorious. So I don't have to worry about them anymore. Let's go. I'm gonna chase them off. Gonna chase them off the dang battlefield. Then we're gonna use this choke point to our advantage. Summon some more elite guys. And then I should be relatively in the clear. Let's get our skirmishers over here. Gonna get in the elite boys. Gonna counter the Flock of Doom with some heals. Very nice. All right. Gonna Arrows of Kurnos them. I gotta get the Butchers off the battlefield. Right? We can't afford to leave them in here. It would cause too many issues otherwise. Just get our archers out of here. Summons in some skirmish cav. Okay. That's not going to do too much, realistically. And they're quite expensive. So this should be a pretty bad trade for him, right? And he actually just commits into melee with them. All right. He doesn't have the butchers either. So no terror routing or anything. So I should just be able to get my lord in here, get a breath attack on this pocket, and then everything should route. That's all I realistically need. Just a big old fat breath attack on them Zongors. And then a rear charge. Unfortunately, my Dragon Lord whiffed like no tomorrow. So that was a terrible, terrible breath attack. We're still okay, though. We're still totally fine. I have lots of heals. We have some terror. He's using his bulls over here to cause a few issues, but not the biggest deal in the world. And I got AP on these guys. I might be able to nut him down before they get a massive charger. Yeah, the net wasn't the bestest. Well, at least they can't disengage. At least they can't disengage. And the beastmen are pretty routed right now, right? I think that early play on the butchers was just a little bit too much. Getting that huge net at the beginning kind of put them in their place. Now they're still alive against all odds. They still have to actually be routed off. But they will die. I will kill them. All right, screw the butchers. Yes, jeez. Huzzah! We bullied the butchers. It's almost like they're the only unit that can do anything for the beastmen. That's right, get wrecked. Yeah, 170 value. Oh my god, jeez Louise. I hate that unit so much. I'm just gonna focus them forever. All right. I have a vendetta against them. What was the first game we played? First match was Empire versus Kislev. Yes. Empire, he was Kislev, so we won that. We lost this one and we won that. Now we're up against Cowboy Bob. Yo. God, freaking butchers. Freaking butchers of Kalkengard. That's all I had to do. Just kill them. Overall, pretty good kite game. He didn't really have the build to beat mine. My horse archers had a field day against him. That's pretty nice. I think if he didn't take Zongors, he would have been in a bad spot anyways. Feels like a decent build. I'll save it, but I don't think it's the de facto build versus Beastman. It's definitely a good one, though. I kind of want to get Way Watchers, though, because Zongors are so popular. But Way Watchers come with a whole host of other issues. Vengeance! Sweet vengeance. Butcher's got Uno reversed. Yo, I laid into them and they still came back. It's insane. That's probably what I'm doing wrong with Beastmen. You gotta take them and then babysit them. Now, we established earlier Wood Elves is probably a good pick against someone who likes Warriors of Chaos and Vampire counts. You know what else is good against Chaos and Vampire counts? Slaanesh. Slaanesh is good. His second pick was Warriors of Chaos. Our reading skills have gone great. Now, the last faction against such righteous hate, I kind of want to tune up my Empire. I think Norska might be slightly better, but let's get the Empire safe. I actually lucked out. He went Kislev as his last faction, which means he actually countered himself. Accidentally, he didn't know I was going to pick Empire. But having Kislev means we have a really good matchup. We've seen how good Empire is into Kislev, so I'm not particularly worried there. I think his Vampire counts, I'll face his counts with anything. Empire would be the weakest. His Chaos, I'll definitely counter with anything. And his Kislev, I would probably... Yeah, I'm banning Wood Elves and Slaanesh versus Kislev. I think that's the obvious choice. He banned Slaanesh versus Kislev. What a noob! I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's definitely a misplay, though. Unless he... Oh, he doesn't play a lot of Kislev, though. I think he's stuck with counts and chaos. I think he's only played a little bit of Kislev. So leaving Empire versus Kislev will eat up another ban. And that leaves me free to ban Empire versus Vampire counts. Alright. It's Wood Elves and Slanesh versus Counts. Wood Elves and Slanesh versus Chaos. And Empire versus Chaos and Kislev. All these matchups are amazing for me. It doesn't really get better than this. If I lose this, he's just a better player. Gonna get some Vampire Counts gameplay after all. Oh yeah, that's true. I couldn't really pick Vampire Counts because he picked it first. He picked it first. Okay, last round I'll get Counts in. Oh, but then it's Navigator. If I can steal his Wood Elves, then I'll pick Counts. In fact, Wood Elves into Counts is a pretty nice play. But let's see. Boss Nova, #1 spooky player. That's true, Boss Nova did beat me. Wood Elves versus Vampire Counts is banned. Who would have guessed? And Empire versus Kislev is banned. Who would have guessed? So I get one more ban. I can play the whole roster versus Chaos. Alright, nice. So this should be round 3 maps. Edge of the Darkwood, Whirling Maelstrom, and Putrefying Carcass. I think it's likely he'll want to play Empire first. We'll really get to see how strong Warriors of Chaos are. I did play them a good amount in times past when I was first getting back into the scene, but they've kind of fallen off now that people know how to counter them. And okay, his first pick is indeed Empire versus Warriors of Chaos. Now we have Darkwood, Carcass, and Maelstrom. I think Carcass is actually not a terrible kite map. So I think I'll probably want to play that. Let's play Carcass. He bans Edge of the Darkwood, makes a lot of sense. Putrefying Carcass though. This should be rough. So Empire versus the Warriors of Chaos. What is the shenaniganry you gotta go for here? Well, there's Hellstriders. They're very annoying. And that's basically it. I really don't feel like I have to be that worried here. Maybe he has something crazy? Can he rush me? He could take a Hell Cannon. I think Hell Cannons can be a little annoying. Even so, how much do I have to worry about here? I think not much. Yeah, I think not much at all, man. Not much at all. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Warriors of Chaos versus Empire, we got this. We got this. Easy. Just like my last Empire game. Easy. Vampire Coast also has zombies. Yeah, maybe I should have picked Coast. What were his factions? Oh yeah, I didn't want to play Coast versus Vampire Counts. I think I have to get dibs on Vampire Counts, otherwise we're screwed. That's true though, that's true. I've devolved back into Kite. We only started with the zombie maxing. What am I doing with my life? Tomb Kings, you think? Yeah, Tomb Kings I would say are stronger than people realize. But I think they fell off ever since they buffed the massive cavalry. It's way easier to clear infantry nowadays, and that's kind of one of their main playstyles. But their Ushabti are definitely really strong. Alright, let's see though. Okay, maybe the last run I'll go Coast and Vampire Counts for you guys. We'll go Vampire Counts first, then Coast, right? And then I'll just ban out Navigator's Wood Elves, and then it's fine. Navigator plays Wood Elves and what? Beastmen? Let me see. Navigator plays Greenskins, Norska, Chaos Dwarves, Norska, Tomb Kings, Wood Elves. Okay, yeah. I can just play double undead. He also doesn't play undead, so I can leave them for my second banes. I can go like Wood Elves, and then both undeads. Yeah, the Stalkers are also pretty hype. I think it's just because we don't really have a Tomb King's main really carrying their banner. He says, let's see how this goes. Oh boy, it's a weird build, isn't it? It's going to be double Hell Cannon, I'm calling it. This will really test my Empire strength too. Let's see. Oh boy. Oh, Cowboy Bob's in chat. He was in chat earlier, guys. Facing a viewer of the stream. I was pretty sure he was a stream viewer, but we got the confirmation. Now, the reason why I think this map's good for kite is because this river, my wagons don't get slowed down by it. So they can kind of just chill. Play around that area. I got the Marcus. I got the Vizard. Ready. All right. Oh boy. 14 units. That's pretty normal. Is he going for an armor max maybe? No aquatic trait. Oh yeah, I should play Coast on this map. Oh, it's too late. Crap. Dude, I could have played Coast. What am I doing? Anyways, I should be okay. And he's begun. It's an armor max with the Zazel. So pretty standard fare. This is like a classic verse Empire where you just spam dudes and you try to wear out the kite. It's not a terrible strat, but also it can be a little sus. Oddly enough, this is a very good matchup for me to bring some great swords. The oft-seen great swords. They're really good because they can indeed. Is it all Marauders? No, he has a couple Chaos Warriors. Has a halberd over there, I guess. He does have Pavane. This guy knows that I kite. Does he know that I have a Marcus lying in wait, though? Does he know? Oh, crap. Gets the rampage. Impressive. I should be able to pull away here, though. As soon as these guys commit, I'll just net them. Whoop. He saw Marcus. He tried pulling away, but he was not fast enough. That should be a waste of a Pavane. Then if I just spam the great swords, we should be in the clear. Got the Melkoths on them. Marcus net lasts a very long time. And overall, that's a really good start for us. That's an amazing start. So, very nice. We're gonna get another great sword. Great swords will be my longevity play. They'll be able to help us win eventually. He now has a cooldown from Azazel. As long as Marcus doesn't get sniped, I'm a happy person. Spears will be chill. Most of his infantry is miles away too, in an attempt to capture many of the points. They're just a little bit out of position. I have a mercurial shot for these guys. Let's see how well it does. Come on, come on. We need it. Oh, pretty good. Not the best shot ever, but pretty good. All right, and we're chilling. So far, so good. That's a lot of horses he has there. All right, now who's he gonna Pavane? And how quickly do I have to salvage this? Oh, he's pushing in, bro. He's pushing in. Going for the rear charge instead. Smart. He's probably gonna route off these spears then. We got a little bit of hokey poke. Oh, not going for the spears, maybe? Okay, that's not too bad for me. His infantry's so slow, by the way. They're not really able to push into this position. The great swords are in. And if I keep spamming spears, I should be relatively safe. War wagons are chilling. Great swords are great swording. Got a little bit of a rout there on some of his fools. Nice. Halberds got cooked, man. Great swords are really good. All right, nice. And I have another net. There's another pavane, though. So wherever the pavane ends up being cast, that's where your unit will end up. So as long as we run away with these guys and then park my boys here to body block for them, they shouldn't overextend too bad. Okay, yeah, they're aggroing onto his infantry. Thank goodness. All right, then we should be fine. He's yet to breach my lines. Men of the Empire, hold. Hold, dang it. There we go, that's good Malkoth. And against his Hellstriders, we are going to, I think, just get ready to net them. They're already in kind of an awkward position. Oh, this is a glorious net. Oh my god. And then we get the shot on his face. Spearmen, by the way, have a million melee defense. If you are unaware, spearmen do not die in melee. Unless they're facing something with like 50 melee attack. They're glorious. Alright, so far pretty good. The armor maxing has not gone super well for my opponent. We've mitigated most of his pavanes. I have a lot of cav at my disposal. Forsaken are a little scary, but they shouldn't be able to get through, really. Another Malkoth. Marcus is looking pretty good. That might actually be a route for the Forsaken. That would be ultra bad for him. Wow, that's a high HP route. All right, nice. And this little defensive pocket continues to go well for us. We're just chilling in the pocket. Spears are braced over there. Perfect. This guy's given leadership. And now we get the annoying units in. Some Null and Iron sides for cleanup. Because as you can see, the tickets are the defining factor here for whether or not we lose or win in this match. I have no capture points as it stands. And potentially my opponent could stall me into oblivion if we are not careful. So the great swords will have to continue cooking. Those are Chaos Warriors. Yeah, I just need the deeps. We need the deeps. And we gotta start threatening some other points here. We gotta get Marcus over here. All that fun stuff. Marauders are in no way gonna actually jump my boys in the far side. He's actually desummoning some guys. So capture weight should actually get in my favor soon. And then if I park all my wagons on this point, they have such absurd capture weight levels. I should be able to just win this. We'll see though. We gotta get the point fast. Speed is the name of the game. It's looking a little rough for him though. I can wait to summon a cav unit over here to secure the position in a sec. I think that's what we're gonna do, because he's gonna want to summon something to stop me from capturing that point. Preventing that would be oh so glorious. Is there anything worth Malkothing? I guess the halberds. There's a couple dogs here. Cavalry can get there at the same time as everyone else. We can move our wagons to the middle. It's a great thing about wagons. They can secure points even after they are out of ammunition. Let's do some of this. Ooh, I see a juice. I see juice. Wait, look at this. Look at this. Come on, come on. Big money, big money. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Still not as good as it could be, but overall, pretty chonky. The mercurial shots on this guy are insane. Really good for the armor max builds. Still hasn't paid for himself, but he'll get there eventually. That's another capture point we now have. And then Azazel, we'll just play keep away from. Might as well Malkoth the Forsaken. They don't have that much HP in general. He rampaged Marcus. No net. No net for me. A little sus then. Should still be okay. As long as we don't give him this middle point, I'm happy. Got a pretty nasty volley on Azazel too. You know Azazel is not very happy about that. Whoopsie daisies, what's that? It's a net on your entire army. And now Azazel's dead. If he manages to survive this absolute pummeling from everything here. Well, actually, no, it looks like he might survive. Net actually ran out. Dang. Didn't actually take that much damage. A surprise to me. We're still doing great, though. But I probably should have shot something else. If I knew we were not going to kill him. Whoopsie-doopsies. Overall, though, I think we're fine. He mostly has a couple trolls left, which means a cannon will be amazing. Cannons are really good for leadership breaking. So I expect them to crush the trolls pretty handily. Null Ironside, super annoying when you're trying to hold points when there's a range unit in the backfield bullying you. They demand non-point holders to be brought in. So there we go, looking pretty good. Even have a Malkoth's back. And then we focus fire. Can we snipe the Azazel? I turned off fire at will on Marcus again. But I guess he will now use his ammunition. Azazel's getting cooked pretty hard. You can see the cannons, they're routing off trolls like no one's business. But he has made a pretty good play. He summoned in a Hellstrider without me noticing. And that's going to get some of my units caught up here. Thankfully, the play was a little too late. We should still be able to win this. But a little sketchy. Did Azazel die? No, he fled. Okay. We're still good, though. We got free company here. Can they shoot over the heads of my Null Ironsides? That's the hope. Looks like no, but on the retreat, they'll get blasted. There you go. Goodbye, Hellstriders. Very nice. Not too bad. Not too bad. Mildly stressful. This is a style that can beat a lot of players. But once you maximize your DPS, you're fairly in the clear. Most of my wagons actually didn't pay for themselves, though, because everything was so cheap. Engineer did well, though. Mercurial shot's insane. And the Ironsides, 1100 value. Glorious. Ironsides are so hype. I love them. They're definitely a unit that's hard to shut down, but has to be shut down. Otherwise, they'll get their value back. DPS is super good. Very nice. So that means we get to pick the next matchup. I'll play Slanesh next. Ban Whirling. We'll ban Whirling Maelstrom. We might play on the same map. Actually, I'll ban Edge instead. Actually, I kind of want to rush him. This is going to be our first Slanesh game today. Got the Daka. Absolute Daka. And they banned Carcass. Nice. Okay, so we're playing on Whirling. Whirling Maelstrom. As far as I'm concerned, Slanesh has a devastating rush. They are an absolute menace. If your opponent goes for any number of skirmishers, you should just attack them. I think that was one of the big mistakes I made when I was playing against Boss Toss in Turin's tournament where I lost. Because he had like 5 skirmishers and I just didn't take a fight. This time around, we don't make those mistakes. Now, infantry fight-wise, my Forsaken are a lot less useful versus your typical Warriors of Chaos action. If there's one thing that gives me pause, it's that my infantry are probably gonna have a rough time. You can't bring demonettes unless you're feeling real risky. But I do have a backup tool, actually, that should ensure that we win a frontline fight. Yeah, and then other than that, I guess I'll just spam a bunch of these. Spam a bunch of these. Actually, I can just straight up do this. Holy crap. Okay, we have a build. We have a build versus Chaos. This should be actually pretty insane. Unless I'm gravely mistaken. This build right here should be insurmountable by the forces of Chaos. If he had pulled back and waited for his whole army to collapse at once, he would have won, you think? It was pretty hard getting onto the points. If he decides to capture the point slower, I get more time to shoot with my wagons. He could play keep away though, and use Azazel's rampage to make it where I can't be too aggressive with the wagons. And a lot of my range units would have gone shut down. That map is actually fairly easy to hard choke point on. So, yeah. How's Warriors of Chaos deal with Fiends? Halberds, I guess? I don't know. They don't have much. I guess, oh, Doom Knights. He could bring Doom Knights. Great Sword Infantry was so nice for once. For once. Yeah, they cooked super hard. I have them in reserve specifically to beat that build. But yeah, here's the problem. If he waited, I could have just triple capped him, right? We had a triple cap at the beginning of the game. So, yeah. And then if he tries to collapse in, I could potentially steal points with the wagons if they're in the right position. So I don't really know what his options are. It would definitely be a not terrible strat though. It could work. It might be a slight advantage. It's a bad day when Empire's collapsing on your Chaos Infantry max. Yeah. The frugal Marcus. Marcus has full ammo. Yeah, yeah. I gotta remember to enable fire at will. It's kind of crazy. Warhammer has a lot of things that you have to manage. We have still not hit the skill ceiling for Warhammer. It's gonna be a lot of small optimizations, but there's so many of them. Between charging cavalry well, using chariots correctly, all of that business. Especially if you go for a build-up strat. If you go for a build-up strat and you just play better than your opponent, you can do pretty well. You know, microing a 40 stack is kind of difficult. Even microing a 30 stack is quite a bit. Most players are fully optimized in terms of micro at like, I would say 12 units is when they're like really clean with the micro. Like 16 units is getting pretty high. In land battle, people are doing pretty well. A full 20 stack starts to get pretty dicey. And anything more, and there's definitely going to be some non-optimal plays. But here we go. The return of Anticity's full rush is back. Let's take a look-see. 1 Forsaken. 2 cultists. Their sole duty is to get in there. Push his face in, and we'll be fine. Because guess what? They both got summons. With a double Gate of Slanesh, it'll be fairly straightforward. Actually, just summoning on top of his Forsaken and killing them with Demonettes. We don't care if spells get cast on them, because they're just summons. And then we win. He's gone for 5 Marauder Horsemen. That means he's dead. If he wins this game, he's a god. Or I'm terrible. In theory, against a full mobility rush like this, Marauder Horsemen should stand absolutely zero chance against this build. Now, he does have Final Transmutation, but quite a few spells, which further reduces the price of his army. We're going to flank with our horsemen. We're going to flank with the horsemen here. We're going to shove him into the edge of the map. And it should be a victory. Now, if he summons in some Hellstriders, I'll just countercharge him. That's not a big deal. Slaanesh is one of those factions that can pretty comfortably play in the opponent's backline. As long as they don't have magic support, you're fairly in the clear. And then what do I want? Furies. I want something that can kill Sartorial, so probably just gonna save up for a couple Fiends. And the envelopment begins. Now, he could take a big fight on top of his infantry. That would be a little annoying. Not too bad, though. He's gonna go for the Hellstrider summons. He only has 2, though. So, in theory, we just win this. Even if he gets another Hellstrider, we've already gotten our charges off, so... We'll see how that goes. Goes for the doggy summon instead. Okay. I got my charges, though, right? Isn't this just winning? We'll see. I might also get a Pavane here. Nice. All right, so I got the Pavane. We got this. I don't think I'm going to dodge that. So that's actually a fairly nice Searing Doom. Never mind. Hellstriders are so fast. They do indeed just dodge that. Very nice. And I'm a bit late with my cavalry, so my Lord could take a little bit of damage. But attack animations are pretty good here. If they take some damage, it's okay. We'll be back. And I believe the time to collapse is now. So all we gotta do is get a clean engagement here on his horsemen. We managed to rampage one of them. One less than I was hoping for. This should be pretty rough, right? I'm also microing my 3 Hellstriders here fairly well. We're going to want Furies. When the going gets hot, you want to get your units in to the fight as fast as you can. Forsaken will do well there. And yeah, despite being able to defend his back line, he wasn't able to deal with the big skirmisher catch that we were going for. I think there was actually a decent chance that he would have defended the skirmishers. But in the end, I think we out-micro just a little bit. And that gave me a pretty good opportunity here. Gonna go for the final transmutation, though. Guy wants to cook. Oh, he didn't cast it on my Lord, though. So we can actually walk out of it. That's kind of huge. Final transmutation. It, as soon as you leave the bubble, you'll be safe from it. So that's why we moved with our Lord so quickly. There we go. Pretty big route. Then we want to kill his Hellstriders to secure an advantage. Get a Demonette charge in the backs of those guys. Chaos Warriors we have Furies for. And now things are looking pretty bad, right? With Sartorial taking so much deeps, he actually Searing Dooms the Demonettes. But they're just summons. They're just summons. So a little bit of a misplay there. Now we're going to try and kill Sartorial. He's stuck in the trees. Not a pleasant situation. Apparently, army trading-wise is better for him. I don't believe that for a second. I think it's because he got some damage on my Lord and maybe some of his units routed off the map instead of just dying properly. But there's no way in the entire world that he is trading better than me. It's impossible. He has 1 unit on the field and it's Sartorial. I don't know. Maybe my Lord is really that expensive. Maybe. Kind of doubt it, though. There's a rampage. There's the bullying of the Sartorial now. Gets a pretty solid Searing Doom, but it's mostly infantry and Furies and such. Not a big deal. And then we kill the Sartorial. With the power of nets, we're in the late game or mid game of Slaanesh, where they have their army abilities for days. So as long as we do this, I will be fine. Aspiring Champions, though, kind of cooking. I forgot that he had Aspiring Champions. Yeah, I think mostly it was the units routing off that did it for him. So Sartorial's rampaging, which means he can't escape. I would usually tell most people not to try and kill Sartorial. But this is a unique circumstance where we can chain rampage him. And there's no way. Except for when he gets the dumbest attack animation ever. Okay, nah, actually. One of the main reasons you bring him is for the attack animation. But that does actually manage to peel him away from the blob. Will he make it though? Will Sartorial actually get the disengage? He's gonna go for it, but he gets knocked down. Sartorial's getting bullied by my lord. Beat him up! Ah, and he leaves the game. Nice. Jeez. Slanesh wins. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good. So he was playing Warriors of Chaos twice. I was playing Slanesh. First game was Empire. Very nice. Zombies in the thumbnail, looks inside. It's just more Slanesh. In the grand finals, I'm gonna pick Vampire Coast and Vampire Counts unless Navigator beats me to it. What's the prize? You get a tournament win, which will help you qualify for Turn's grand finals, which has a prize of usually about 500 bucks. Anyways, I think we just microed our Hellstriders a little better. Got some better charges. He also brought in dogs, which are pretty bad versus Cav nowadays. I would actually not recommend dogs versus Cav. Furies only did okay. And overall, I'm pretty happy with this game. The nerd just got shoved. Oh, poor Sartorial. All right, for the grand finals, we will go for Undead to see if we can get them tournament ready. We beat Boss Toss, we beat Scrambled Eggs. A lot of big names that we faced. And now we're gonna face Navigator. So since you have 100% loss rate in the second game, we play Skaven now, right? Hey, I won the second game with Slanesh. You can't say that anymore. Are dogs okay versus skirmish Cav, like Outriders? Yes, but they still shouldn't get charged. Let's actually do a quick test. So if I go over here, right, go to my favorite map, to the troll country, sandbox it, and I'm playing the Empire. Let's say I have Outriders. On the Chaos side, it's gonna be just Doggo. Do the dogs beat the Outriders? I think the mass might screw them over, but maybe. I'm not even gonna shoot them. I'm just gonna full charge them and see who comes out on top. Come on. I thought I turned on your AI. Okay, 1 second. I think I did not turn on the AI. There we go. And then we only have one more opponent. This is the grand finals. Warhammer 3 AI moment. Yeah, it was my fault that time though. Alright, so the doggies. What did they do versus the cavalry? So if I just YOLO my Outriders straight into the dogs, that's pretty disappointing. The dogs, they lose because of, they lose half HP to impact damage. So that's what you should be considering, right? That's kind of crazy, man. Just raw impact damage. After the impact damage is done though, you're good. And most of the time, they don't want to just countercharge your dogs. If you have more dogs, that can do a lot of work. Yeah, I think I turned on sandbox and I was already on normal. Anyways, that's the gist of it. So now we wait. Navigator versus Big H. I think I favor Navigator there, but Big H can be kind of scary sometimes. I should get more water. 1 second. All right. So grand finals. It would actually be really hype to see if I can beat Wood Elves with the dog spam. Like, the dogs do so well versus everyone else. Why wouldn't dogs be good versus Wood Elves, you know? Want a blood dragon like a Chad? Alright. You want the hella stacked blood dragon too, right? Without Curse of Undeath, that sucks. He also doesn't need the hunger. Everything else though is pretty stacked. Blood Dragon Lord with Wind of Death. Don't even need the lances. You just have one centerpiece and then you spam these guys. Yo, Curse of Years. I can use the Curse of Years. Bro, this spell. This spell, man. The Red Duke? Is the Red Duke a blood dragon? Oh, it looks like he kind of has that helmet design. Chat bullying Anticity into throwing him like a chat. We'll see. It really depends on the matchup. Like, I probably don't want a blood dragon versus Wood Elves. Preferably, I want to go Wood Elves first. And then Vampire Counts, then Vampire Coast. The guy doesn't play undead, so I should be able to secure that. Either that or I go High Elves, because it's better versus Wood Elves, but we want to lock out his Wood Elves. On the off chance he doesn't pick them first, we're set. Because maybe he's worried I'm going to hard counter pick him. Just play a Throw Lord like Silostra. Aw, yeah. Vampire Counts usually don't want to lose their Lord, though. None of them have good enough abilities. Yo, if I resummoned Silostra in that Beastman game, I think I would have won. Too. I kind of made a misplay there. Will we see Navigate or the Big H win? They're still fighting. Tournament format doesn't go on for too long, at least. We're, what, 3 hours in for the number of signups. Will probably be done in the next 40 minutes, I'd say. That's pretty good. And for most people, it's a short tournament, so they can kind of sign up, play some games, and then move on with their life. Yo, Maximillionaire, how do you feel about dire wolves, by the way? Did you know dire wolves are the same as scurvy dogs, I think? Right? Yeah, they're literally the same. So if Vampire Coast spams scurvy dogs, why doesn't Vampire Count spam scurvy dogs, you know? Like, Black Knights aren't even that good. Black Knights, I don't know, man. I've never been that impressed by Vampire Count's cavalry. Maybe I'm just not playing them right. I kind of YOLO my units. I must know. Maximillionaire is a Vampire Count's main. He knows what's up. Better on coast though, because they have fewer options for mobility and cat weight. All right. But yeah, if we do face wood elves with the counts, dogs for days. Just gotta shut down this guy's wood elves. I'll ban all the wood elf matchups. Play anything else. I have, let's see here. I know you like playing with the Terrorgeist quite a bit. Geese are pretty hype. I just don't have the micro for it, though. I don't have that instinctual goose micro. So they tend to die if I'm playing them. No black coach. You guys want me to take every meme unit. I'm surprised no one's brought up hex rates yet. Yo, how high does the physical resist need to be for them to be good? I think we should bring it back up to 70%. Justice for hex rates. I would say all ghost units could go back up to 70%. And they'd still be weak because everyone has magic attacks anyways, right? But at least if they don't bring magic attacks, they'll be half useful. Like 100 armor resists 75% of non-AP damage. So like it checks out, right? It checks out. They don't even they already get an HP reduction most of the time. Fizzos is fine. You think they just need more damage? All right. All right, Max. Scurvy dogs have aquatic hidden stat, literally OP. Holy crap. Wait, yeah. You look at scurvy dogs and vampire counts, they are literally just better than dire wolves. Oh wait, no, they don't have aquatic. Do they have aquatic? Do they have hidden aquatic? Usually it says if they have it, so I guess they don't. These are non-aquatic scurvy dogs. Dang. Unless it just doesn't show. Could very well be the case. We don't seem to have enough zombies. It's maxed. It's maxed. What, you want skeletons too? Yo, these guys though, compared to the Vampire Coast variant, is so sad. So skeleton warriors cost 300 instead of 250. But these guys have 2,200 more HP. Ludicrous. Okay, yeah, you get a little bit more in terms of melee stats, but that doesn't matter. The HP difference is huge. I guess you technically have bronze shields. But you also don't have capture weight. And that's kind of the biggest thing. The only reason Coast is good right now is because, for whatever reason, deckhand mobs just have 5 capture weight, despite being so cheap. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Two deckhand mobs beat a Corn Forsaken in melee? Bro, that's crazy. Really? That's crazy. I'm surprised we don't see more Vampire Coast though. A lot of people tend to not play them. Maybe it's because they just don't have a good idea of the meta. I would love to play Coast and get counter today so I can learn more about their weaknesses. Strider disables aquatics. Dang. Rip. It's the low melee defense? Oh, okay. That's still pretty crazy though, because usually you'd want to bring like some Forsaken. But yeah, this is such a good baseline for Coast. I think you just always go for this. I almost don't want to have the gunnery whites and just start with 4 dogs. The gunnery whites are cool and all, but like more dogs. It's just always better, right? Having played with them a bit, they're okay. This is literally... This is literally Vampire Coast in a nutshell right now. Unfortunately, we ran out of space. Rough. Okay, it's fine. You can... Oh my god. Everything's so cheap, bro. How do you spend your money as Coast even? But yeah, they're quite strong right now. Honestly, this seems super hype instead of having gunnery whites. You start with the dogs, you can capture some points, you can trade them out early. Yes, yeah, you need the double bloat. The bloat. You have... There's literally nothing else I want to summon. It's so dumb. I guess, like, yeah, you can take some Morn goals, they're okay, but, like, you wanna spam these guys, man. You really just want the maximum number of these pole arms and deckhands. They trade into everything. Coast runs out of missile unit cap before they run out of cash. Yeah, I know that feeling, especially when you have Promethean gunnery mobs. But yeah, you can kind of fail out with a couple depth guard. Flame shooting Necrofex. Fortunately, he sucks. I guess you could take some handgunners. Kind of depends on the map though. Handgunners are good when you can summon them in and then they super defend your backline. Definitely not the best. Queen Bess kind of sucks. I've seen some people take Morngul Haunters. I've never been particularly impressed by them. I would honestly rather have a gunnery white with Scab Scrat than this guy. He's not bad, but I think the gunnery white's just better there. Is there any good backline defense we can get? I guess Fell Bats, maybe. They're not the best though, right? I'd rather save my money to resummon. Resummon the goods. Though I will say, Lamprey's Revenge is pretty hype. Queen Bess is goated. Not versus people that can right click when they hear the massive sound cue that Queen Bess gives. The Vampire Coast White is very different from the Vampire Count White because their stats are much lower. They also don't have anti-infantry or armor or the HP pool. So you kind of have to take him on a crab, which makes him more expensive. On a crab though, he's pretty chonky. Both in tankiness and ability to get shot to death. So it's kind of up to you how you want to manage it. This seems like a good build. You do have to start with the Morngul. But it's not the end of the world. Alternatively, you could go for deck droppers, but that's kind of meat. Rotting Prometheans. Nah, Morngul's are just better, man. It's either that or you take double Hulks for the ultra width. Hulks are not the best though. You could take double hand cannon. Oh, that's kind of fun. The guns are okay for Coast. They're okay. I would rank them as could be better. You don't know how the Vampire Coast white can be called a white. It's a zombie, not a white. That is true, yes. I don't know, man. Look, they can call themselves whatever they want. You have your own business, you can make up the names. Black Spot. Black Spot's cool, but I feel like it's too expensive. Like, would you really rather have the Black Spot instead of like 3 deckhand mobs? I would rather save for the deckhand mobs. That's Ghost for ya. Spam deckhand mobs. I think Vampire Coast literally maxed out on deckhand mobs wins. How many deckhands could you get? 8,000 divided by 250. Yeah, you can have 32 deckhands. Nobody's gonna be able to kill 32 deckhands, right? I think it's impossible. A white is specifically a reanimated skeletal ancient warlord or king. Maybe that's what the gunnery whites are, you know? They're like pirate warlords that are reanimated. They just have a bit more flesh than your usual white. It has to be a skeleton? Come on, man. Just because the other ancient warriors are really, you know, decayed doesn't mean that the gunnery whites have to be. It's the ROR deckhand trash. I think that's the one that was being talked about. The Black Spot. They're not the worst. They're better than one might expect, but you'd rather have these guys. Just helping someone with debug camera. The setup is still a little janky. I feel like CA should make debug camera like a part of the game. No unit cap tournament. No extended roster units when. I think that just breaks the balance. The game is balanced around unit caps. Otherwise, like the CA would not be able to balance units well enough. So like literally you're just spamming the strongest unit to the max and then that's it. It would kind of be a boring tournament. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone wouldn't just take the maximum number of Hellstriders. 20 blokes. We're gonna assume single entities are still restricted, because otherwise people might just spam a million SEs. What would be the strongest thing though? What would be the most OP? I guess you could counter it with Final Transmutation. Sick plays. What would be the strongest thing? Wood Elf Dryad spam would kind of be terrifying, but not the strongest. What's a unit that just holds its own? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at this. You know what Norska would do? I'm telling you right now, this build is unkillable, okay? There's nothing anyone can do against this. Except for maybe like a full kite. I guess technically a full kite would be okay versus, but like, come on, man. Oh yeah, you gotta get the ROR, of course. There you go. Seriously, there's nothing. There's nothing. Treekin just hold the points forever. That's pretty funny. But yeah, this would be nasty. I guess it is weak though to skirmish. I think every unit has a little bit of a weakness. A lot of people though. Oh my god, hold up. Now we're cooking. This would be nasty. This would be so nasty. Oh, jeez. Oh, wait a second. Oh my god, I know how to make it nastier. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What are you gonna do against 34 archers and 34 spearmen with shields? Okay, now you have to actually spend your money though, right? Dang it. Dang it. Alright, you know what's worse? This would also be pretty nasty. I think this would be really annoying to face. I think a lot of people would not want to play the tournament ever again if I did this to them. 20 zombies backed by 6 blood knights. Oh yeah, zombies are insane. Yeah, vampire accounts could just hold the capture points forever. There's no army in the world that can actually out DPS this. Yeah, why have the blood knights though? Why not just have like... Oh my god, wait, just a darn second. Better than blood knights. Better than blood knights. Yeah, look at this. There's no way. There's no way, alright? Triple mortis on every point and a million zombos. They can't shoot all the mortis engines to death. There's no way. If they spam archers, what are they gonna do? Shoot the zombies? Impossible. Gorst stack, one of the builds of all time. Yeah, now this is what people thought when they saw the thumbnail. Glorious. Five green knights. Let's see here. I think as far as busted units go though, I think the deckhand spam actually beats the zombie spam. Then again, you will have to deal with a bunch of mortis engines. So maybe just by that, it's fine. Yo, yo. All right, we finally got our opponent. After 50 years. This is round 4. Imperial Road, Arachnarok Lair, Skull and Deer's Cave. Fairly open maps. Decently comfortable for us. Let's get it done. Alright. Let's see if we can do this. I will try my darndest to get undead for you guys. Alright. How long does one cannon need to kill a mortis engine? Too long, if it's dodging. Mortises are surprisingly fast. If it doesn't dodge, though, cannon will cook pretty hard. Alright. Come on, come on. Big money. His first faction is... Slaanesh! Woo! Let's go! He can't pick Wood Elves! Alright. Slaanesh versus Counts and Coast. That'll be interesting. His second faction is Beastmen. So he's already put himself in kind of a bad situation. I stole his main faction too. That's the best part. We stole his faction main. And his last faction is Demons of Chaos. So, I would say Demons of Chaos, we just ban it out, except for V Wood Elves. And then I'm basically fine. He bans Wood Elves and Demons of Chaos. Then I'll ban Vampire Coast and Vampire Counts versus Demons of Chaos. Which means it's going to be a lot of Slaanesh and Beastmen. Now, we know Wood Elves beat Slaanesh. That's a good start. But what then? What now? I think he's... The thing is, to ban Slaanesh feels bad, right? Yo, did he pick Slaanesh because I play Slaanesh? Did we just both pick each other's mains? I think I'm better as Wood Elves than he is with Slaanesh, but Slaanesh is quite strong. And he's not like foreign to Slaanesh either. It's my Wood Elves, Counts, and Coast versus Slaanesh and Beastmen. What will they ban? What'll be banned? I plan to win Beastmen versus Coast. Not gonna throw that one again. No more Bessie. He bans Slaanesh and Wood Elves. Okay, that makes sense. And he bans Beastmen v Vampire Counts. Okay. Interesting. Wood Elves versus Beastmen again. Last time we did well, though. Slaanesh versus Vampire Counts is a little on the sus side. I know Maximilianaire can win it. Can I win it, though? Can I win it? What else? Slaanesh versus Coast. I really want to try that matchup. Okay, I'm gonna ban Coast versus Beastmen. It's technically non-optimal, but I really want to practice this. Okay. So it's Wood Elves versus Beastmen, Vampire Counts versus Slaanesh, Vampire Coast versus Slaanesh. I intentionally left one bad matchup, but we still have two good ones. Can we defeat Navigator doing this? Worst case scenario, I learn how to play Slaanesh better against undead factions. So it shouldn't be too bad. Karen rates are kind of good sometimes. I don't know. I don't see people run them that often. It's true, though. They are kind of good sometimes. It's just that's not really enough to be worth bringing, right? Pretty easy to spend your monies otherwise. Imperial Road, Ragnarok Lair, and Skull and Deer's Cave. Oh boy. What's he gonna do? Navigator. They're a little scary. Wood Elves and Beastmen. Bans Imperial Road. Let's play Cave. Alright. Skull and Deer's Cave. Wood Elves versus the Beastmen. My last build against them worked pretty well. It was on a pretty big map. But this map is also rather large. So, in theory, it's also good for us. Last time I had a little bit of trouble against Zongors. They were just a little bit annoying. Not like end of the world annoying, but I really needed Wildwood Rangers to kill them. I guess I can just do the same thing again. They are kind of expensive too, which feels nice to me. And we did have a cav advantage. Maybe I'll replace some Glade Guard with like armor piercing Glade Guard. Yeah, like you get some AP Glade Guard in there, and that's basically all I need. All right, classic matchup. We got the Woodies. Should I use his banner? No, it's 2 p.m. All right, now he's a Wood Elf main. He knows how they tick, so he probably has a good build against us. It's gonna come down to the micro. If he has the Butchers of Kalkengard, I'm gonna shoot him to death. Screw those guys. I really dislike the Butchers of Kalkengard. They heal so much. Beastmen need something though. Beastmen need something. And if I really thought Beastmen was OP, I would play them more. Are Sisters of Thorn good in this matchup? Probably not bad. It's basically like, do you want to chunk your Glade Rider, right? So let's just show it off. Or I can't really show it off, but yeah, it's a slightly more HP, slightly higher DPS Glade Rider. So if you really want that extreme kite action, you can take Sisters of Thorn. Wait, let me see. What increases their damage so much? 20 base, 10 AP. Glade Riders are 18 base, 4 AP. Glade Riders have a reload time of 8 seconds. Dang. Kind of impressive. Maybe I will take Sisters of Thorn. They might be better than Glade Riders if you take into account pure fire rate, but we'll see. All right, game number 1. It's Beastmen, and then I'm gonna have to beat Slanesh as an undead faction. I think I'm more likely to play Vampire Coast against undead, so that'll probably be the match that I pick for the next one. As I also do have a little bit of an issue beating Vampire Coast. So we'll see. My army is basically full Vanguard, by the way. Now, in the odd event that he's full Vanguarded here, I can just take a fight. But we're probably better suited running into the trees. Otherwise, it's very similar to last time. The only difference is I got a Sisters of Thorn. 8-second fire rate. Curse of Honor here is a good slow. Shield of Thorns means that cav fights will go our way. Overall, quite powerful. But we gotta beat the Zongors. Now 10 units tells me he probably does have Zongors. You back? Hell yeah. Showed up just in time for still not undead. After this match though, it is only undead. Alright. Even if it might only be 1 game, we'll see. So, okay, we do see a very vicious early Zongor start. There they are. The Butchers. Beat them up. Oh, hell yeah. Get a little bit of a Melkots there. That'll hurt him pretty bad. He's actually a little out of position with all these guys. So I should be able to catch these Zongors. I believe them to be slow enough, but I don't have that speed boost aura on me. I could net them. I think it's worth it to net them. There we go. Because that's like 600 gold, right? There's no way that ain't worth. And we get a big dragon charge here on some Centaurs. What is that spell? Is that a pendulum? It is. Pretty brutal one at that. Strides will have to back up. I don't want to take a big nasty fight here. Oh crap. Run, you darn lord, run. Okay, now he has moved his army here fairly quickly. We do save the position for our lord. And I'm going to need some cavalry. The Zongors are pretty rough here. I could Curse of Honor here. Oh, I could Curse of Honor here right here, right? Yeah, alright, there we go. Oh, and I can get a breath attack on these guys. That's pretty good. We have Wild Riders coming on in. We're focusing the butchers. That's pretty nice. Lots of deeps, lots of deeps. And then we're gonna... we're just gonna fight the Manticore. Turn on Fire at Will. He's not taking the bait though. Going for the Dryad instead. Smart play from my opponent. For a kite game, I'm being awfully aggressive too. Which is not exactly what I wanted to do. It's still not a terrible situation. But this could certainly be better. Now, Curse of Honor here or there will definitely help us. We have some cavalry here. Maybe just to distract a little bit. We have our archers. That's nice. And I have a pretty good charge on his infantry. Just a little sus, right? My Wild Riders are getting a little caught up on the flank. My Lord is fighting a Manticore. She's doing okay. I have a heal. Oh, my poor Cav, though. They're getting bullied. I'm gonna have to disengage. As much as I wish this fight would go a little better, I kind of goobered the situation here. And now my Lord's kind of getting bullied. Thankfully, she is swift enough to just pull away. We're gonna cheese those baseman units. Oh my god. I goobered hard. I should not have taken this fight so early. He rotated much faster than I thought he would. And that ended up causing me some issues. Now, if he overchases with my my Lord here, that could potentially be a big play. We can net Malagor and charge him. So that'll be pretty hype. Can we kill him though? Pretty big deeps, but he lands. All right. And I do still have my skirmishers. Value trading apparently is pretty close. It does not feel very close though. Should be able to just charge in with the cav there. Okay, that's pretty good. And we Shield of Thorns them. And one Dryad. They're doing their best. But hey, my cavalry is going to be mostly okay here. We have another Glade Rider to get a little bit of work done on his Centaurs here. We can commit to melee. There you go. And my Lord should be able to kill a Manticore. That shouldn't be that bad. In fact, these Wild Riders really crushed his cav. I think he kind of misplayed his cav charge. And that could be a very nice comeback potential. Butchers of Kalkengard are really struggling killing that Dryad too, thank goodness. I don't know why, but I'll take it. Hey, there we go. Big route, big route. Hey, we might have a chance. I just got to secure the points is all. Lord can disengage. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Wood Elf supremacy. Manticore is down for the count. Should be able to secure the middle. His army size is struggling a little bit. Look at that Dryad. She's chilling. Dryad's chilling. All right, here we go. So we're gonna resecure the points first, and then we'll figure stuff out later. Keep healing. No, I said heal. Dryad's doing the best. Hey, where's the little thing above the point? Did it disappear? There we go. Accidentally disabled that, maybe. All right, here we go. So what are we looking at? I should be able to kill a Manticore. He did kill the Dryad, sadly. Doesn't have that much cav though. My opponent lost a ludicrous number of cav units to the fight, to the big grind. I just have to capture points, and if we play our cards just right, I should be okay. Do think losing that Lord's a little rough. Gonna Arrows of Kurnos Malagor. Maybe kill him. He's kinda... Yeah, he's kind of in bullying range. Alright. And I can secure the middle. And that'll buy me all the time I need. That's not too bad. Gotta kill off that Manticore, though. And I should probably resummon my Spellcaster for healing. Oh, geez, not like this. My lord's gonna die to axe throwers. Jeez, that was close. Almost got hard axe thrower there. That would have been nasty. His butchers have arrived too. Not the most pleasant of situations. But I do still have that big cav advantage and my first capture point. So it ain't too bad. My lord should be able to survive. And then we'll get the Dryad. We'll heal them up. It'll all be okay. Just gotta use the rest of my ammo and my heals, right? Kind of a sketchy game, though. I did not intend for this to be so sketchy. There's my Shield of Thorns, at least. That should go pretty well, actually. Come on, you darn Dryad, get back here. There she is. All right, and I can get some big heals. Maybe a Lord Snipe even. Malgore is looking a little sus. It's looking a little exposed. Areas of Kurnos hurts him pretty bad. Gets a pendulum, but he overcasts. Come on, snipe him now. Snipe him now, lady. Dang it. I think Malgore... Oh, he died! The perfect timing, let's go! Oh my god, alright, that's huge. He overcast. Oof, man. That's rough. My opponent is now lordless. Went for the risky play of the day. All I gotta do now is secure my points. That's the only thing we gotta do. Big ol' misplay, though. Getting too close. A little too close to the sun. And now he is screwed. Very nice. Alright, middle point should be secured very well. Couple Centaurs here are not a big deal in the slightest. We do not really generally worry about them. We'll net one of them. That should get him dead. Then we just gotta slowly get ready to get this point. We have all our cav here. We have a high HP Lord chilling. We have our caster back. Everything's perfect. I just gotta secure the last point in a decent amount of time and we're good. With the Dryad here, we're doing well. From downtown, yeah, yo, that was a sick snipe. Capturing this point will be a little hard with the butchers. But in the end, he doesn't have Malagor, and I have a good few minutes to secure this position. Should be able to start walking here with the infantry. And then I just gotta get some good Lord charges on the butchers, and I'll be totally okay. One last heal for the road. We gotta chase these guys off. Very likely my opponent cannot stop me from chasing his units. So that'll be quite nice. And the Dryads, yeah, we just gotta pull them away from the butchers. He doesn't have that much time, but neither do, or yeah, I don't have that much time. That's the big issue, right? I have but a few minutes to try and pull back here. Now, we have a lot of guys, but the butchers, as you all know, are a complete and utter menace. So we'll have to see. Lord is kind of struggling here too. It's not the prettiest situation I've ever seen. I swear, if he takes this middle point, that would actually be kind of bad. Did we get a terror out on his cav though? Should be able to summon some Wildwood Rangers there. There you go. Some pretty big routes. Okay, and then he summons cavalry here. So that means we're relatively in the clear. Could certainly be better. I don't need to go for the point though until the last possible second. And that'll let my archers have a bit more time to shoot. He shouldn't be able to snipe any of these points. He's been summoning pretty aggressively. Here we go. Archers are here. We got our dryads in the cookie jar. And I have my lord coming on in hot. It should not get better than this. Archers are just gonna bully the butchers. And then hopefully we get a big rear charge and then they die. That's the only thing we could possibly hope for. Not having his lord is definitely gonna be the big deal breaker here. Okay, I still have to secure the middle, but I think we'll get that done. Seems like the point is getting captured. Let's get heal. All right, there you go. Cav charge versus Centigores. Ooh, he might actually take the middle. He might take the middle. Relocate, boys. I think I overcommitted here. I might have overcommitted. Crap. I should have saved a dude. We actually had like 2 minutes left. Dang it. Okay, now I can still summon in the Glade Rider here. And I have 2 minutes to get back on this point now. Now that is a decent amount of time. It's not particularly impressive, but it'll get me there. And then I actually have to desummon some guys. Oh my god. What an embarrassment on my tactical plays. Yeah, I have to get units here. Because if he takes it, it's over. He gets his cavalry there too. Oh boy. If he takes his point, we're done for. So I really can't afford to lose anything there. I think I just screwed up on the greater tactics plays. We'll see though. I might still be able to get enough there on the point. I'm gonna need a lot of skirmish cav. No, but they get routed. No, no, not the flank point. Yeah, he was actually saving up. I way overcommitted here, and that's gonna be my downfall. Dang, he played well. Unless I miraculously save this point, we're pretty boned. I have 20 seconds to capture it. Not enough capture weight. GG, well played. Dang, all right, I'm gonna have to beat Slanesh. GG, well played. I'm gonna have to beat Slanesh twice in a row now with Undead. Ooh, set myself up real bad. Butcher's got a lot of value. Early game played was really bad for me. I did not play it optimally at all. I should have just skirmished and not positioned my Dryad so close to his front line. I think if we did that, we could have pretty easily won. Although then again, I did get a pretty good pick on Malagor. Very fun game though, indeed. Yeah, that was a spicy game. Butchers though. If you can't kill the butchers, you kind of get screwed. But let's start off strong. Let's play VP versus Slanesh next. I'll ban Skollendir's Cave. And now we shall see. Does Vampire Coast have the teeth required to defeat Slanesh? Crab spam is definitely good against Slanesh. If they're not ready for it. You want to play Edge of the Darkwood. I think we're looking at the wrong maps. Whew. Spicy, spicy. Thankfully, he's a Wood Elf main, so he can beat Wood Elves. I'm a Slanesh main, so I can beat Slanesh, right? You've mistakenly used a screenshot of my build. Oh, no, you're saying I've mistakenly used a screenshot of my build as a blocker? That's how you get into their heads. Let's see here. But yeah, Slanesh should not be that good versus Coast, right? Imperial Road should be good for us. Arachnarok Lair should be okay. Vampire Ghost is pretty spicy, actually. And he does want to play Lair. Okay. So if I know Slanesh, and I feel like I do, they should not really be able to get a lot done here. I'm pretty sure, anyways. I'm pretty sure there's not a whole lot they can do versus build. Is this another one of those gravely mistaken situations? Let's see here. There we go. Oh. No, 50 gold off. That's okay. I adjust like so. Okay. Yeah, this feels like a... No, this feels like a coast build. We know crabs are actually surprisingly difficult to kill. So I think taking Rotting Prometheans will be nice. They're pretty easy to outmaneuver, and Fiends are definitely going to be an annoying thing. But even they don't do that well versus Rotting Prometheans. I think Fiends... Well, actually, no, Fiends could be a little bit of an issue, right? I should probably make sure I have at least a couple guns to shoot them up. Terror on Mourngulls is kind of wasted on Slanesh. ITPs everywhere. And Mourngulls are kind of borderline good anyways. But do I want Depth Guard? Versus Slanesh? Maybe. Maybe. Do I want Sirens versus Slanesh? No, that's insane. Or do I? What if he brings armor, you know? What if he just brings a stupendous amount of armor and no magic damage? You never know. Will Navigator defeat us though? He played a pretty good Beastman into my Wood Elves. But can he cook with Slanesh? He's still hovering Beastman though. I don't know what's going on. He thought it was Beastman. Whoopsies. Alright. The endless halberd spam will be an issue for Slanesh. Yeah, they don't have the craziest infantry clear. It should be impossible for him to dive my cannons cost effectively. 2 dogs beat Hellstriders. You do have to outnumber them though. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a sick bloated corpse hit. We'll get the deadly, deadly bloat. And then I have to win with vampire counts. Vampire counts... I'm gonna have to really channel my inner Maximilian. As far as I understand it though, Graveguard and Crypt Horrors are pretty solid. So you can just Graveguard Crypt Horror box with like a Mortis engine. And there's not a lot they can do against that. With like a double White King on horse and a strong Fighty Lord. You do that, you're doing fine. And Slanesh... Yeah, like, they don't have the infantry clear, right? And the map selection is good enough. It's good enough. As long as we're not playing on Skull and Deer's Cave, I think I actually have a fighting chance. But I gotta not misplay. That Wood Elf game was really badly played at the beginning. I took a very unnecessary risk. Do I have army presets available for download? I do not. Unless you go for the coaching, but that's expensive. pretty sure there's not a lot of beastmen. Wait, what? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot beastmen can do against wood elves. Oh, if the game was that close and I YOLO'd my dryads at the beginning, I think we'll probably be fine. He's building though. You think we'll see Chosen? I think Chosen would be fun. Ragnarok Lair is not a terrible map either. Sure, there's like the trees, but the capture points are pretty close. So for a slower army, it's decently manageable. And there's no way his Marauders can kill my deckhands efficiently, right? One Slanesh Marauder costs almost as much as 2 deckhands. So I think we'll be okay. Watch him just crush me here though. I'm hoping he brings an expensive lord. A lot of people have gone Crab Coast, but I've gone Mantide Coast. So the zombie spam will be going ultra hard this match. I don't know if I want to go for all the points at the beginning though. I think we're going to go for a more central play and then push onto the next point afterwards. Because like, look at how flat this map is, right? Absurdly flat map. Look at these reinforcement points. So I got the strat, your favorite, the bloaty summon strat on the artillery pieces. Dogs for the early cap. Stupendous line of infantry. Come on. There we go. Defended by a stupendous line of ranged. He has very few units. At 13 units, I feel like he's going to be a little limited. So this should be pretty good. And then I just summoned in my pistol mobs at the beginning. We got the ultra thick line. I'll spread them out just a little bit. But yeah, I control the middle. So he can't really do loop-de-loops around. We have the dogs to chase down Furies if need be. Halberd summons the bloat. He has 13 units, and it's a Marauder maxing. Alright. Not a big issue. Cannons are already firing. Plonking away on his Hellstriders. Getting bullied into oblivion.
Keep it from the foe.
Then we actually want to take this fight. Because we have doggy advantage. And he went for a cheap lord. Herald with Pendulum. Alright. That means I should stagger my lines very slightly. Oops. Alright, we got the mild stagger going on. We're gonna contest another point. Silastra is gonna push rather aggressively. And I just gotta kill off yeah, his infantry swarms, right? That should be relatively easy. Devoted Marauders, get the spell cast on them. And I think my dog micro here might actually clutch it. That's pretty good. Oh, he wants to pendulum me. Hey, he routed off one Hellstrider. That's not too bad. No Furies yet either. And he doesn't have anything for crabs. So if I bring in the Lamprey's Revenge, he should be in a pretty bad situation. So there they go. They're perfect for these Marauders here. Then we just want to get our zombie front line in there. These Hellstriders. We routed one off for a little bit of dog HP. That's generally a good play for us. The center line, we get a little bit of focus fire there. And then he whiffs the pendulum. That's rough. Very rough for my opponent. So there's a bit of a summon. Then we're going to get a pistol mob unit over here. I'm going to see if I can bait him into trying to push through. My dogs win this though. Yeah, and he has to pull out. All right. Not the worst for us. Should be able to get some pretty solid charges here. Is he going for the blow? Looks like he is. Little summon over there working out for us. The crabs are cooking really hard. That's a chaos warrior. The dream. The absolute dream. He doesn't have anything that can stop this, I think. We're gonna go for it. The back line bloat. Get him. We live or die by this. Okay, there we go. So dogs have cleared off the Hellstriders here. Cannons are doing okay.
One of your units has been destroyed.
All right. He gets a pretty good pendulum here. But we should be able to secure the middle. Let's do a little bit of maneuvering here to get his Hellstriders into an awkward position. And the bloat's just making a beeline for that warrior unit. He wants it real bad. This pistol is dead. You know what else is dead? An entire Hellstrider of Slaanesh. Oh, God, jeez. Let's go. We did it. The debates. It's the first time a bloat has ever gone value. Oh, my God. And another bloat on the warriors. Let's go. So dumb. It's so dumb, but it actually kind of works. What a play! What a massive play! He wasn't ready for it. And now the warriors are routed. They're getting shot to death, so that bloat was definitely worth. Gonna get a little wind blasty action over there. I still have 2 dogs. They can start capturing a couple points. And we're now in the late phase of the battle, where we resummon dogs and the like for the rest of the match. Dogs and zombies forever. I need nothing else. In the meantime, my cannons can continue to plonk away. You got his lord getting shot up. You can summon some pistol mobs here. This map's actually really good for coast, I'm noticing. There we go. That's a pretty good spell cast. We can use these dying dogs to tank the charge so that the other ones can cook. His lord will be down soon. And there we go. Point is slowly getting captured. No way the devoted marauders survive that. His lord should also be going down fairly soon. And yeah, dog spam. We got the doggy spam. They're doing okay here against the Hellstriders. Probably got a cycle charge up. These are just devoted marauders. They'll take a pretty nasty hit. And now the flank point is now mine. We're not going to summon Queen Bess this time. Against chat's wishes. But if we don't summon Bess, then I should be able to get enough oomph here to secure a win. I have lots and lots of doggies. I know we have some halberds over here we can plonk down. Just get the cannon shooting them up. The Lamprey's Revenge are still at really high HP too. They're chilling. My lord has magic damage. His lord has magic damage. We'll call it even. And hell, maybe the dogs can kill his lord too. Overall, not bad. And we got a sick play with the dogs. We got or not with the dogs, with the bloat. Okay, yeah, so he's really trying to kill Silastra. Most of the dogs are dead. They will be resummoned though. I can leave a halberd and a pistol on this point to make sure that it never goes down. And now we're really ramping up. All those glorious late game units are beginning to flood in now. Silastra. She got the dance going on. He's gonna try and jump Silastra. But I guess she has really high melee defense. She's not really suffering too bad from this engagement. There we go. Not the worst. Alright, and then we summon in some pistol mobs. Pistol mobs will be good. We do still have to get the Crabbo in here. I might have overcommitted to this left-hand point too. And the Hellstriders are ultra buffed up right now, so a little bit of a sketchy situation. I guess I still have my cannons and the rotting Prometheans, so it's probably not too bad. If they kill his lord, it'd be crazy. And on a double cap, I have like 50 years here, right? To get onto the points. So I think we just keep sending these guys in. Rampages the doggos, but his lord's about to die. That's a little bit too much of a big loss for him. Please send the Hellstriders this way. Please send the Hellstriders this way. I dare you. I'm gonna get one halberd over here. I'm gonna pull back with the artillery piece. Okay, I think he kills it, but I'm going to summon a bloat to make up for the loss, and it'll all be okay. Come on. Does he notice the danger? Does he notice it? Oh, let's go. Worth. Super worth. The artillery piece was gonna die anyway, so. Hellstriders are gone. This one died to the halberds. I'll take it. Oh my god. The ultra worth plays. All right, so now we got to secure this point. Now he's going to be playing the mobility fight. Should be a little annoying. He's going to be bouncing around between the points a lot. But as soon as I get my Mantide going, I should be okay. And I think we almost win on a 2-cap. Just got to actually secure the point. Keep spamming the dudes. Epic moment. Yo, I gotta send this one to turn. Oh my god. The unironic bloat plays.
You have the foe's victory.
Oh yeah, we already win on a 2-cap. Dang. All right, then we're fine. Then we are totally fine. Let's keep going for these guys. We've secured this. He's triple cap temporarily. Very nice. No amount of mobility is going to save him. Jaws theme. Yo, I can't believe it. Also, yeah, lampreys don't die against Slanesh. They really don't have a lot if they're not spamming fiends. But yeah, I guess bloats are actually... I guess they're actually meta now. Unfortunately, my army's slow AF, but... it's fine, we'll get there. I'll have some doggos too, they'll be hype. And these zombies are enough capture weight to contest this. Here come the dogs. Can I hold the point though? Can I hold the point? Looks like he barely captures it. Making life a little sketchier. I have dogs to countercharge. He's starting to run out of steam, right? These Hellstriders just are not really cooking fast enough. And they don't really do well against this many numbers. I think they'd rather overwhelm. I'm getting lightheaded from all these great bloat plays, though. Bro, the bloat. I can't believe it. We've actually figured out how to make bloats work. All right, and that's a capture point. We have Defoe's capture point, victory point, whatever. Now he's gonna spam some guys here. Turns out he plays some really good capture point shenanigans. So that's the main thing that we're gonna have to deal with. These guys are too slow, so they can get over there. And if I triple cap them for like a second, I think we will be totally fine here. Get a sick wind blast. So goodbye Marauders. Crabbos are on the point. Doggos have massacred everything. Nice. Yeah, so he's saving up. You can tell he's saving up, right? Or maybe he isn't. Did he just summon those guys? Kind of hard to tell. He actually got pretty decent damage on the Lamprey's Revenge too, but they're still healing. They don't really care at all about the circumstances of today's day and age. That's gonna be game.
Unending glory is yours.
GG. Oh boy. Where is it at? Replays for Turin. Warhammer 3. Replays. Bloat OP. Let's see the bloat value. It's okay. I summoned them 3 times. I guess they paid for themselves. There we go. All right. Bloat value. Yeah, so. He's asking, he's like, did you bloat my Striders twice? Something blew them up and I missed it. Oh my god. That's so dumb. It's so good. 843 value, 240 value. Oh my god. I sent the replay to Turin. That has to be seen by the people. Oh my god. Let's see. Cannons did great. They baited out his Hellstriders and got value. Vampire Counts versus Slanesh next. Your first map ban. Oh man, dude, that was so good. That was so good. What a crazy tech. Defending cannons with bloats. Lamprey's Revenge was sick, by the way. 1600 value. Alright, and he bans Lair. Alright. Let's play on road. It is yeah, Imperial Road. Alright, final game of the day. Can the Undead Tide win? I do have a Vampire Counts versus Slanesh build. I don't know how I feel about it though. Why not only take polearms? Deck cannons are really good. They're good against everything. Alright. So yeah, how does one do this? How does one beat Slanesh after a game like that? How do I even top that, man? That was such a good game. Such a glorious game, man. Alright, so I need to snipe his Lord. I gotta make sure my Lord doesn't get sniped. Obviously gonna need just a ludicrous number of infantry, right? Weirdly enough, Crypt Ghouls are not that good versus Slanesh. They're okay, though. Crypt Ghouls fall straight into the okay category of units. I think, yeah, spell-wise, I feel decent. Bloats more than paid for themselves. If you count the cannons they blew up. Yep. I didn't have the money. If I summoned them earlier, they could have actually saved the cannon. if he wasn't paying attention. But I guess this will do for now. So what do we want here? This seems like a better verse Slanesh build than I had previously. Excuse me. Definitely want Crypt Horrors. Crypt Horrors are super important for bogging down their single entities. And then I guess this is it. It's kind of a weird build, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, okay, I guess this kind of works. Or actually, no. I should, yeah, get another horror. Okay. Vampire Counts versus Slanesh. Historically, a bad matchup. But the build is strong. I've won with this before. Win-loss is now 1-1. So we've tied it up. Ooh. Nakari incoming. Nakari is pretty typical versus Undead, yeah. This matchup, I believe, is basically you cowering on 1 point while a Terrorgeist Lord runs around gazing Nakari. That's not the worst, but he can rampage you, and he can also hide in the trees. So I think it would be a little unsafe to try that. But yeah, Graveguard and Horrors are really good here. The dogs seem like a good counter to Hellstriders. I think if we could get good dog micro in again, then that'd be good. Oh man. Blink and you'll miss it bloats on the cannons though. Man, that's so funny. The ultra exposed cannon tech. It's actually good. Bloated corpses is still not exactly the most worth it thing in the world though. I do think they should cost like 300 or 250. I think 200 is a bit too low since this tech is actually kind of decent. But I feel like 350 makes it where they only just pay for themselves. They kind of trade quickly and that's it. And they're still a little risky. But, yeah, I think they should be just like 50 gold cheaper. That's it. Never leaving home without double White King. I actually left home without double White King. They're in my reserves though. So they can run and catch up from home. We'll be okay. Gorst Shotgun Gaze of Nagash was a fun meta. That was pretty brutal, yeah. But the idea is simple here. Basically, we just cook with the Mortis engine. And then I hard box with these guys. He can't flank me super easily. And if he does, he'll just run into zombies. So I have more than enough time to reposition. We got this bad boy. Good luck, have fun. He has Spirit Leech and Gaze of Nagash. Now he's gone for the War Shrine. Nakari is more worth it to snipe. War Shrine's a little spooky. But if he wants to blob, I'll give him a blob. Oh, I'll give him a blob. Get the corpse carts in here. So corpse carts should be pretty funny here. Combined, we have healing. We have vigor boost. I can actually summon in yet more infantry. He has no elite demons, so I don't really have to worry about that. My lord can attack the War Shrine. And then against the skirmishers, you just gotta dodge. Long as you dodge it, you're good. There you go, fairly decent. Then I can just kind of slow push myself here. Gotta be really on point with the dodging. Horsemen are generally ill-advised, I'd say. But he kind of needs them to deal with the Mortis engine. So he's kind of stuck. Nakari can't really participate in this fight either. I have a rather ludicrous number of Graveguard.
Glorious death with haste.
We're dodging.
The living will
I just gotta barely hunker down on this point, but otherwise stay relatively safe with everything else. Now, fun fact, Graveguard annihilate Chaos Warriors with the healing. Oh, he did get a pretty good volley there. Kind of a misplay. Gonna start off the battle strong, though, with a pretty good Gaze of Nagash. On the Nakari. Got the Spirit Leech, too. He has Pavane. Gotta deal with that. He actually just straight up goes for my Lord. So the fight is on. His Mortis is cooking. My Mortis has yet to actually get into the battle, which is actually a little spooky for me. Now, there's no way he kills my Lord. He's just Chad. And if I get my Mortis engine on his Mortis engine, I think we're okay. I should be able to out-heal his Mortis. That's a rough idea that we're going for here. Nakari does not like this fight very much, by the way. Oh, geez. Mortis got a dodge.
Our time is now.
He gets a pretty nice whip on me, though. Come on. Still no big Mortis. I mean, Gaze. I guess I'll just stick with Spirit Leeching for now. The dogs, they can bully the Marauder Horsemen. That's fine. No back point cap. As long as I micro well enough here, I'm not too terrified. We have our corpse carts underway. They're doing great. We got the doggo charge here going really well. And get another Gaze of Nagash on Nakari. And the Nakari bullying should be enough here to get a pretty solid victory condition. Lots of deeps. Nakari does not like getting spell cast to death, but will he get the heal off my doggos? Looks like they might. Yeah, and he's just gonna rampage him. So maybe a little bit of a misplay. It does let my Mortis engine get in here, though, which I would say overall is pretty good for us. We have many a doggo. Bit of a misplay, though. Mortis got caught up on something. It's a little unfortunate, actually. It may very well go down. Let's see if we can keep playing keep away, though. We can probably jump his horseman. Yeah, but that Mortis is dying. Big misplay on my end. Can we potentially pull it back? I'm not entirely sure. Nakari didn't heal, though, off the Mortis. So that'll actually save us a little bit of trouble. And, of course, the dogs on so many skirmishers is a real big boon for us. But I'm going to have to resummon that thing. I can't afford to play without a Mortis engine here. Although I guess I have a pretty massive army. All things considered, my army's kind of huge. It just really depends on how good his Mortis is. I'll get a Crypt Horror, and now we'll save up for the Mortis. Crypt Horror is hype. He'll be able to participate in all that. He's still summoning in infantry, which are rather slow. Only now getting the Hellstriders, okay. But they'll be a little slow to the party. And his Lord's really not having a good time now. I think if we can just get, yeah, get the beat down on Nakari, we're good. This guy doesn't have bonus versus large. That's only on the Goose. But Nakari's just so whittled down. I think we'll be okay. He's kind of exposed, though. I'm not gonna lie. His Mortis engine, it cook it. But I do catch a couple units over here. Just gonna keep blobbing up. Nakari got a heal, though. But we will have our Mortis engine back soon. My Lord's really out of position now, though. Nakari's actually been bullying him quite a bit. He shouldn't have enough to kill another Mortis, though, right? That should be a near impossibility. This guy's stats, I guess, are just insane, by the way. I'm really surprised he hasn't died to Nakari yet. But the single entity jank is really screwing with him. And, oh, I have perfect vigor. No wonder. We have perfect vigor. 50 melee defense to 53. Nakari actually can't really land a hit. And if Nakari's down, that means my Lord is actually... Or my Mortis engine is actually going to be sick here, right? Now, he has some pretty big routes, but if he loses Nakari, it's basically over. Come on, one more hit, man. He gets the rampage on my Lord. Knocks him back towards the healing. That's actually not too bad, I guess. Come on, just kill him. Nakari gets a charge. That's not the most pleasant of situations. We have a lot of zombos here and another Mortis. It comes down to this. He gets silenced and netted. Nakari stabilizes. Come on. Come on, Nakari, just die. I think he also is just screaming, just die to my Lord too.
An ancient power is rising.
Oh my god, Nakari barely lives. My Lord barely lives, but he has a Spirit Leech. Boop. Goodbye, Nakari. So now he's going to try and capture some flank points with cavalry. That's not a big deal, though, as we've now returned with the Mortis engine. And any early misplays losing it are going to be remedied, unless he kills it again. That would be very embarrassing. Dang, you actually got a pretty good volley there. It's kind of hard to see the Slaneshi shots, I swear. But yeah, now my vast quantities of healing will come into play. And we should be good. He has a Mortis, but I have healing and a Mortis. That's basically all we really need here. The damage was great, but it was not enough. We Spirit Leech his Mortis engine. Get it out of here. And Mortis is almost dying again, though. Indeed, embarrassing. Can he kill 3 Mortis engines? Maybe not the 3rd Mortis. Holy crap. I am not dodging these shots very well. We still win, though, in the end. We still win. We'll kill his thing over there. Bro, my Mortis engine micro needs to be improved, though. I cannot afford to keep letting it die like that. Like, the Mortis engine is literally the entire Vampire Count's play style, right? That's just how counts operate. I can't just keep letting it die. Now I'm gonna let it shatter off the map so that he doesn't get any, you know, sick return of the Mortis engines, you know, because I think it will actually be fully stacked if I'm not careful. And instead we're gonna go for this. Mortis engine lives, routes off most of his guys. We're healing like ludicrous levels. And I should be able to countercharge him with these dogs soon enough. Very nice. So we actually do know how to play undead. Hell yeah. Not even the best either. I could have played it even better. Who needs wood elves when you have the power of the dead on your side? Nice. Turn's gonna cast the game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, Slanesh Warshrine. Got a lot of value. My Mortis also got a lot, but was summoned twice. I can say, though, that I won the grand finals with bloated corpses. A very pitched battle. This entire tournament was very scary, but we memed a little and we still won our games. So that means I am feeling pretty confident overall. Whew, man. Oh, I'm shaking. I'm shaking, man. These guys were very difficult to fight. But it seems like we just got fairly strong matchups across the board. That's going to be a victory for me. That means my win rate is going to be ludicrous. We're talking like 97% win rate. Let me check the leaderboard. Classic blunder, trying to outgrind the counts. Yeah. 96.6% win rate. 28 wins, 1 loss. Dang it. We have a ways to go still to get to 97. But that's pretty good. We're starting off the season strong. We got the good counter to Nakari. He was microing Nakari really well, though. Still got 3,000 value and barely survived. Made the game really sus. And he killed my healing Graveguard, but in the end, we got the dogs. The dogs bullied his skirmishers, horrors. Amazing unit versus armor. If he brought Exalted Demonettes, for anyone worrying, double White King would have killed them. So it would have been a really big misplay to summon them in. A nice Strigoi value. Holy crap. Foot Strigoi for the win. Yo, the perfect vigor on him fighting Nakari is totally what did it. If he lost vigor and lost melee attack and melee defense, he would have died. Absolutely, like 100%. He would have gone from a 35% chance to get hit to like a 50% chance. That's way higher. 1 in 3 shots versus 1 in 2 shots. That's pretty good. It's super cheap too, so let me take the Graveguard. His warriors were really bad, actually. They did not do well. For the price, they were there to just grind and buy time. But that's a problem with Slaanesh infantry. Regardless, we call it a day. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Now, I don't know if I am going to be streaming tomorrow. We might take a day off or something. I might play some tournaments. We'll see. Especially if Turin is hosting. You've never seen Foot Strigoi? No, he's a Chad. Look at that. 75 melee attack, 50 melee defense. Absolute Chad. For 1300? Are you kidding me? And he gets perfect vigor. Unholy Lodestone. Regeneration baseline. And the Mortis engine healing. Makes him way stronger than any Foot Lord you've ever seen. Pretty good mass. Actually, not that great mass, but he has pretty good animations that kind of launch him forwards. Armor piercing. He's great. Never take a Slaanesh War Shrine. It's bad. Yeah, Slaanesh War Shrine's pretty garbage. But yeah, I like it. That's going to be it for me today, though. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. I've won 80% of the tournaments hosted this season. Those pretty jokes. Man, if I won the first tournament, we could have had all the tournament wins for the entire season. 5 tournament wins in a row. Just gatekeep everyone from getting tournament wins. Hilarious. But tomorrow's my day off. I think I'm going to take tomorrow off. We're going to do some editing. It'll be fun. And to everyone else, have a wonderful day. Peace.